I hope you're all having yourself a wonderful, fantastic, extra spectacular, and positively amazing day today. Freaking typing all wrong here. There we go. What a freaking day today! We got some freaking fun stuff to check out. Now I know that I know the Monument Mythos stuff can be a little bit more on like the talkative side. So I kind of got some fun scaries. You know what I'm saying? Some like really cool scaries before we get to the Monument Mythos stuff. It's not gonna be for everyone, but I it's the kind of stuff I like. I like that old school, real analog horror type deal. You know what I'm saying? So I figured today we go have ourselves a freaking awesome, spooky, scary day. I made sure I had my Alice Nikkei body pillow for protection in order to make me feel brave and nice and superhuman. So let's get into it. First of all, even though this is a freaking super old one, I probably should have organized this more on like a. This came out a day ago, so I'm gonna release this like last. What's the oldest one first? Let's go oldest to newest. Oh yeah, perfect. Like we'll do it like this. That way. Like by the time I release it, it'll already be past a week. Bam. All right. You already know. I think we have reacted to Broogly in the past. Please go and subscribe. He's got Broogly, Toogly, Moogly, Googly, and Boogly. I think that's all his channels. He's got like a lot of channels. Just they're in the description somewhere. Just go look for him. Don't fall off this Backrooms level. I don't know which level this is. I don't know what it's about. But honestly, the Backrooms like lore, the wiki, and all that stuff is way too damn complicated. So check out Broogly because he kind of like he takes all the Backrooms lore and just sort of like serves it up to you in a nice little silver platter. Check him out, please. All right, that's enough. That's enough glaze in this dude. Let's get on with it.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Broogly channel. I'm your host, Broogly, and in this video, I'm going to be explaining Backrooms level 60.
Oh damn! Okay, it's actually a pretty low level too. Honestly, like now, like the lore is getting into like the thousands and whatnot. Not to mention the sub levels and like the negative level. It's crazy. But so I like seeing like I like seeing the levels that already existed, like the early levels, kind of get fleshed out more, as opposed to like people going and making their own like odd little like let's call it niche, their own little niche level. You get me?
Or the Baywalk. Now, if you're a fan of creepy,
I'm just saying, some levels like don't even deserve their own freaking level. Some levels could be a sub level.
Liminal spaces and things that just make you feel uncomfortable, then you're 100% gonna like this video and this level because it is possibly the scariest liminal Backrooms level that I've seen. With all that said, let's get into the explanation, shall we? Also, go check out my second and third channels.
Well, what I say, I told you, Toogly and Spoogly. That's what I said it. I'm pretty sure I said like both of those at some point. Go back.
Toogly and Spoogly, because if you do that, well, you're pretty cool. Now, let's get into the video.
Don't ask me what the difference is between the. I have no idea. I see a headline and a thumbnail that I like, and I'm like, I'm gonna watch this. I don't know the difference between the three channels.
So Backrooms level.
But if you like spooky stuff, I think he just did a freaking like a 1 hour, 2 hour, and a 4 hour long video on not on Broogly. It's probably gonna be on Spoogly. Y'all let me know. I am so down to react to this. Is it Spoogly? It's probably Spoogly. I think Spoogly is more like just like generic horror. Yeah, it's more generic horror and generic like spooky lore. And it's not all scary or spooky necessarily. Check out this one, the Ice Wall, the Hidden World Beyond the Ice Wall. This stuff is crazy! If y'all want me to actually react to this, let me know. It'd be an hour-long freaking reaction, but I don't care. It's so cool.
60 is classified as a class 5 difficulty and is unsafe, unsecure, and very dangerous due to its environment and other things, which I'll explain.
Now what in the frick is that thing? The hell is that?
explain in a few minutes. The level physically takes place next to the ocean, and it's made
Okay, cool. It's like Kingdom Hearts in that one little scene where Sora is trying to like trying to like touch Riku or whatnot.
up of different segments of a pathway. That's why it's named the Baywalk. Now, the pathway itself is well kept in some spots and broken and destroyed in other spots. And it's
Sounds like a Los Angeles beach, to be honest.
all slightly lit up by dim street lights. Some of the lights are broken and some of
It sounds just like a Los Angeles beach, actually. To be honest,
them are just off or collapsed.
y'all think Venice Beach is some nice, like a really nice spot and all that, like in Dead Island 2? Nah, it's a mess in there. It's a lot of crackheads and homeless people.
So there's not much light here, so don't expect to be able to see much. On top of this, the level is always dark.
Oh, well, good, because that means that I don't have to look at the monsters when they eat me.
It's always nighttime, and the sun has never been seen here, which means that this is a perfect place for smiler entities to be. And trust me,
I freaking hate those. Out of all the entities, I feel like Smilers would be the most difficult to freaking have to deal with. And I don't mean like on a like. Trust me, there's a lot of entities that are way worse than Smilers. But I feel like Smilers are probably the most annoying, because the only thing I know about them is that you need to, like, stare them down, stay in the light, and, like, distract them or something in order to get away, and that's about it.
they're here. But more on that in the entity portion of the video. The pathway along the water gives off a very relaxing feeling to anyone walking on it. And overall, it makes anyone who comes
Someone needs to explain to me, can you destroy a Smiler with a flashlight or not? How does that work?
here pretty calm, even though it's very dangerous. There's a light sea breeze blowing, and the sounds of waves crashing probably
Hey,
helps
Lois.
with you feeling relaxed.
Welcome.
Although this relaxed feeling isn't good because it's the level trying to make you let your guard down. If you're chill and not stressing about anything on this level, then it leaves you more open to entity attacks.
But, like, you said, like, so Smilers are one thing. I feel like Smilers, at the very least, you could see them, right? Like, it's a freaking giant smiley face in the darkness, right? And it's glowing. It'd be annoying, because, like, if you're trying to go somewhere and it's just freaking there, it's like, well, what the frick can you do? But, you know, with any luck, maybe the flashlight will destroy it, but... I don't know, like, what the frick, like, what else can you...
Which apparently
What are the
is what the
entities?
level wants. Now, as I said earlier, the level is split up into a couple different segments. The first segment is called the upper area, and this place is the main part of level 60. The pathway here looks pretty new and well kept. The floor is concrete and it doesn't have any cracks or any breaks or anything. And most of the lights here don't work. There are huge swaths of complete darkness. In this upper
Okay, so that sounds a lot more like the Long Beach Pier, got it.
area is also
Here in
the
LA.
most dangerous part of the level due to those big parts of darkness. And it's in those dark areas where the level tries to make you feel calm by having a nice breeze and a nice calming sensation from the water. And that effect has been nicknamed the Painless Death. And since there's
Okay, so it's like an anomalous effect that, like, relaxes you and chills you out, more than just, like, the natural relaxation of the beach and whatnot. I got it. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff that we're gonna react to. Today we're pretty much doing Backrooms, a couple of Backrooms videos, and the Monument Mythos. And if possible, I doubt it. If possible, I even have stuff, like, we're not even gonna, like, this is only, like, half of the Monument Mythos stuff, by the way, even if we get through everything. After that, we still have the Vita Carnus, that just, like, recently had a bit of a reboot, a bit of a resurgence, let's call it. And then a lot of people have been wanting me to check out, the Boiled one. And then it turns out there's a lot, not only the Boiled one, but Dr. Nowhere is actually pretty famous for making a lot of spooky stuff. So trust me, we got a lot of horror stuff. Then we got Local 58. We got so much spookies. You don't even, bro. Spooky season starts now. Of course, I got all the, like, a bunch of other animal videos and, like, really cool
less
stuff too.
lighting, there's more smilers. So good luck. The next area is called Segment 2, or the lower area. Now this is where most people who
We're
get
gonna be doing
sent to
another
the
reaction
level
stream
spawn.
on
This
Thursday
pathway
as
is
well.
made out of
Tomorrow we're
dirt
doing Woo
and is physically located below the upper area. In this section, everything is unfinished looking and kind of grimy. This part also is way closer to the water, so if you aren't careful, you could fall into it. In some rare cases, you'll be able to find a staircase that leads up to the upper area, but these aren't common, so yeah. And even if you do find a staircase, you should not.
I mean, do you need to get back to the upper area? I mean, of course, it sounds like the upper area is nicer all around, right? But like, do you need to use the stairs, or is it too dangerous to go up? Like,
I'd go up them because of the smilers and the darkness up there. The good news about the lower area is that there aren't any creatures down here hiding
oh, you actually want to be in the lower area. I never mind
in the
then.
shadows. It's pretty safe. But you do have to stay on the lookout when you're walking so you don't trip over something and fall into the ocean below. Speaking of the ocean, it's got some pretty strange behaviors to say the least. Now the ocean for the most part is like the ones from real life, but instead of it being, miles deep like the ones we have, it's only 4 feet deep, which doesn't seem bad at first, but trust me, it's bad, because this ocean area is pitch black. Like literally no light comes down from the lamppost here, which means, of course, that smilers have infested this shallow ocean. So if you fall
Oh, okay, but not the actual lower area. So just don't touch the water. Got it.
in, you pretty much fall into a smiler pit. The ocean also seems to be able to be no-clipped through sometimes, because people have been seen falling off of the lower level into the ocean and then just disappearing. So that's pretty cool. But this no-clipping effect doesn't always happen. On top of this, sometimes this ocean will randomly and unexplainably disappear, and the only thing that will be there is the black sand at the bottom where the ocean used to be.
Oh, it's like a video game glitch when the freaking water like disappears. But wait, so people can potentially glitch into the ocean, into the water, but it's like, where the frick do you go if you no clip? Which level do you get sent to?
To enter this level, you have to get into any body of water and drown. That's right, drown. And you'll have a chance of being sent.
If you're unable to react to Happy Tree Fizz or Happy Trails, it's from Season 1. Also, Season 1 is Happy Trails, I don't know, but if it has a season and if it's being currently sold on YouTube or it's like available, we can't react to it. I'm sorry.
Here, although I don't think I would come here and risk.
Yeah, no. Not only did they give me a flag for the stream, they also gave me a flag because I uploaded the video today. So I'm sorry, but no.
Because I like living.
I'll look into it, but I can't promise anything.
And hope it's in a no-clipping phase where you can be sent out.
I got in big trouble for that.
Or you might be able to no-clip through the upper level to be sent to the next level, which is 61. But both of those exits are not 100% real or 100% proven, because no one truly knows what happens to people who fall into the sea. Who knows? Not me.
I mean, in the backrooms, you gotta just assume death is over.
So yeah, this is a level of a nice liminal boardwalk next to the beach. Some spots more dangerous, some spots less dangerous, but overall, I think it gives off pretty good vibes, and I enjoyed it. It's levels like these that are actually my favorite kind of levels in the backrooms because of the juxtaposition between the level looking safe, this level takes place on a boardwalk next to a relaxing beach and ocean, but it's actually not safe because, the factors of the ocean teleporting you away or there being smilers in the shadows. Those are the things that makes the backrooms great to me. How it's so unpredictable and how you can't ever see what's about to happen. Even though you might think you're safe, you're probably not safe. In fact, you're not safe. But levels like these are the ones that I do enjoy a lot. And I hope you do too. That was the explanation for this level, Backrooms level 60. Thank you for watching till the end. Make sure to check out the links below that you need. And
it seems like as long as you know how to deal with smilers, for the most part, this level's actually not that bad. And so, just don't go in the ocean. Just stay in the lower area.
Here, although I don't think I would come here and risk literally doing that just to be here, because I like living. And to exit, you can either jump into the ocean and hope it's in a no-clipping phase where you can be sent out.
The thing is, he didn't mention any kind of, food, any kind of, You know, nothing that you could be like, oh, I might be able to survive here. It's like you pretty much gotta leave.
Or you might be able to no-clip through the upper level to be sent to the next level, which is 61. But both of those exits are not 100% real or 100% proven because no one truly knows what happens to people who fall into the sea. Who knows? Not me.
And then the upper area is just freaking infested with smilers, so you're kind of screwed regardless.
So yeah, this is a level of a nice liminal boardwalk next to the beach. Some spots more dangerous, some spots less dangerous, but overall, I think it gives off pretty good vibes, and I enjoyed it. It's levels like...
It's definitely nice, because it very much feels like a transitional level, like the kind of level where it's kind of like... If you're on level, you know, what is this, level 60, whatever the frick it is? It's like if you were in the previous level and you end up here, it's like the struggle doesn't stop. You can't just be like, I'm safe now. It's like, nope, this is just the next. Keep going. You gotta exit. Like even though you want to be safe down here, maybe you can rest for a bit. You gotta freaking get up to the upper level, and you have to freaking no clip out of there. Otherwise, you're kind of just screwed. The ocean is like that's death. At that point, just try to like find one of these areas that's more lit up and try to no clip up at the top.
These that are actually my favorite kind of levels in the Backrooms because of the juxtaposition between the level looking safe, you know, this level takes place on a boardwalk next to a relaxing beach and ocean, but it's actually not safe because, you know, the factors of the ocean teleporting you away or there being smilers in the shadows.
I really like the fact that the ocean just disappears like a video game, like it just, you know, the freaking ocean was uninstalled or whatever.
The things that
which kind of works. It kind of works with the fact that some people have been no clipped into the ocean too. You know, it's like
great
weird
how it's so unpredictable and how you can't ever see what's about to happen. Even though you might think you're safe, you're probably not safe. In fact, you're not safe. But levels like these are the ones that I do enjoy a lot, and I hope you do too.
This was cool. This
for
was
this
simple.
level, Backrooms level 60.
It.
Thank you for watching till the end. Make sure to check out the links below that you need, and to check out my second and third channels, Toogly and Spoogly. It would be greatly appreciated if you check those out. Also, this channel, Broogly, is getting closer and closer to 500,000 subscribers, so if you want to help me get there, drop a sub. It's free, and I'd really appreciate it. Thank you for everything you do and for your support. I love and appreciate you all. I say that every video, but it's still true every single time. Also, make sure to let me know down below in the comments which levels you specifically want to see. Currently filling out my schedule for November and Broogmas, so let me know what you think. I'm tossing up the ideas of either doing levels 51 through 75.
To be fair, this update is like 2 years old, so I'm pretty unrelevant. We're moving on. But what a phenomenal freaking video. Absolutely go and drop Broogly a like, go drop him a sub, go drop him a follow, or all that, whatever the frick else. As always, I'll be linking the videos on the Discord here live, but if you guys are watching on the VOD, it'll be in the description below. Perfect. Okay.
For Broogmas.
And we got more levels, though. This one's actually nice and simple. A good start.
Hello and welcome back.
I like it. This one is a little bit more modern. And we got freaking Broogly face! Look at that! Yeah, I bet you was surprised, huh? You don't actually have 6 eyeballs in real life. It's crazy. I know. I was surprised the first time I noticed that, too.
To the Broogly channel, and I am not wearing the same outfit I was in last video. Totally not. And it was
No, the last video he was wearing a tuxedo, and he had silver skin or gray skin.
Not filmed on the exact same day. In this video, I'm going to be explaining to you level 106 of the
Well, no, that's good because we're doing 106 and we're doing 107. Damn, I didn't know you made a 105. Freaking A. All right, whatever. It's fine.
Backrooms, also known as
We can always
the
go back
Progressive
later.
Decay. This is a super OG level in the fan base. It's been there for like 5 years, and I figured that I should go ahead and talk about it since it's next up in line for the Brooklyn Summer Spectacular. It's got some weird lore, some weird layouts, and overall it's just a strange place. So sit back and relax, grab a Dr. Pepper, maybe.
I like the imagery though. That to me, like the back when I think about the back rooms, I think more of like besides like the yellow carpet, the yellow room with the carpet, I think of like the office spaces. I think of like the whole the you know, like the messed up like hotels. You know what I'm saying? Like I think about like that kind of stuff.
Bucket of popcorn.
Department stores like this, yeah. Department stores, like you know, just junk like that.
Some weird layouts and
all of this. This is what I think about when I think about the back rooms. It's like if somebody just copy pasted, you know, just generic, like, you know, it's just like extra levels that you don't need, as if somebody, it's as if a company created the world and just left all the extra assets in the back rooms, you know? Ugh, that's the stuff that really just like tickles my brain.
Grab a Dr. Pepper, maybe a bucket of popcorn, and let's get into the explanation of Backrooms level 100.
But see, when you look at stuff like this, you start to like look at it and you think it's like, okay, like maybe if the back rooms was a real place and you had to survive, it's like, you know, like you think about it, you have trash bags, paper towels, ladies' products, you know, like just random towels, tables, chair. You get what I'm saying? Like it really makes you think. It's kind of like it's the same reason I love the Infinite IKEA in the SCP Foundation.
6.
It makes you really think about like, oh, like what if you had to survive here? Like what things would you grab? While at the same time having to concern yourself with like entities living here that have basically evolved to hunt down humans, you know?
Journey down its expansive hallways, shall we? Level 106 has been given a Class 4 difficulty rating for it being unsafe and unsecure with a strange and small entity count throughout. You'll see what I mean later. It was discovered
I can check that one out later, but Wes for sure.
On an unknown date by an unknown person, and it's actually only been seen a handful of times by a handful of people, which means that the description we have of the layout is likely not even complete, but I will be giving it my best effort as I always do. What we know so far is that the level appears to be an endless series of hallways that interconnect and are specifically claustrophobic.
Like, what is that? Like this had like is it like this either has to be AI generated or like like someone explain, is that at a museum? Is that like what the frick is this? Who designs this? You know what I mean? Like that just feels like the unnecessary assets. You know what I mean?
Big, small, and skinny. Many of these areas seem to be storage closets.
This looks like just like the back office of a shoe store. To be fair, But also, could you imagine if you went to some, like, could you imagine if this place existed in the back rooms, but like every single shoe was the same size? And it was the exact same shoe? Or even worse, what if it was every single box only had the left shoe of that same exact shoe? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like weird junk like that I think would be insane for the back rooms. That I want to make my own back rooms level. But I would go so freaking detailed into it, dude. You have no, I would like make my own freaking like lore.
Large racks of storage and
can anyone just go to the wiki and make their own room, or what the frick? Or like, is it like a council like vote type of deal?
Like computer labs and bedrooms and kitchens. There are 3 main parts of the level that have been written down so far, and each of these areas seem to be infinitely long in one direction and not in another direction, and even though they're actually very skinny, meaning they sprawl out forever, probably, but they're still pretty close together.
Ooh, like think about this, like, cause like depending on the situation, right? Depending on the situation, maybe you have time to look through all of this and try to.
These 4 floors shares one single similarity.
Sorry, internet freaking like cut out there for like a split second. I think we're good. At least Twitch is good. YouTube's still good. I think it's still good. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're still up.
And that's that. The further you venture from the nexus of
honestly, apparently something happened. I think I made a tweet. Somebody freaking crashed into a freaking machine, like some kind of tower or some freaking thing that happened. and there was like a whole freaking like a city down. There was a whole freaking like a bunch of vehicles and teams working on it. I think something happened where they like were working or construction or something, and they freaking you know the classic, when the construction team starts to freaking drill, and all of a sudden they start, like, hey boss, what kind of a tree has rainbow roots? It's like, I don't think that's a tree root. I think that's the internet cable. So they took down the internet for the whole city. And ever since, it just happens to be ever slightly slower. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying,
floor, the more decayed the surroundings will get, and the more strange and weird the effects will be as well. Okay,
you're saying ever since I have been having like weird internet cutouts. I'm gonna call them and make a complaint. Like, what's up?
Layout is laid. Now that you understand how it looks.
Oh, see, this is like normal. This is what I like to see. I don't know about that other guy. I don't know who the hell that guy. This is brutally to me. I don't know who the hell this guy was. We're freaking like, yuck. Nah, I'm just. He's a great looking guy. I'm just messing.
And other places like computer labs and direction in 4 different levels.
Now, I'd be screwed because I'm a fat guy. Like, I would be done. Like, if an entity was chasing me like a hound and was trying to murder me, and I had to like fit through this, I would just die. I think I'd be the end of me. I don't think I
You can
survived.
access these different levels by a series of carpeted staircases. Each of these 4 floors shares one single similarity, and that's that the further you venture from the nexus of that floor, the more decayed the surroundings are going to get, and the more strange and weird the effects will be as well. Okay, now that the groundwork and overall layout is laid, now that you understand how it looks, let's get into each of those 3 parts and each of the 4 levels, and let's talk about where this weirdness comes from. Section A is first, and this is thought to be the safest out of those 3 different parts, mainly because it lacks the entity presence that
Lacks the entity presence while showing us a freaking Mothman or whatever the frick that is.
the others have. The rooms inside of this section are listed out as follows. There are kitchens, storage closets, bedrooms, and sometimes a computer lab and generator room. Like I said, these different sections sprawl out in one horizontal plane for an infinite amount of distance. So you can pretty much walk through the entire section A in one place, yet you're gonna have to crawl through the different rooms to get to the different ones. And these can change in inconsistent increments, and there's really no easy way to map out which one you'll get to first. But walking through the
Okay, so it's like is it effectively just an endless hallway, which is actually kind of worse, right? Because that means if anything does decide to chase you, it pretty much has a direct beeline to you.
cramped areas,
Now, I don't know about y'all, but I don't got the best cardio.
you'll likely see random computers on the shelves or onto desks or even computer labs themselves. Usually these are old dinosaur computers and they're thick, but they're fully functional, although we cannot access what's on them because in order to log onto the computer, you need a password, but none have been found and no one's been able to hack
Oh, damn, that sucks.
into it, so we don't know how to access the information. Theories on what's on the computers range from secret information about the backrooms to other things, like
I mean, that's true, but depending on, like, how old the computers are, and, like, what kind of, like, hardware you have in there, if you have your own personal, like, hard drive, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could deadass carry around, like, a hard drive with you in the back rooms and just, like, store personal data on there. Because I would totally do that. If I had to survive in the back rooms, and, like, I knew I was there for a minute, just like that one fool in the Meg outpost in the space station, like, I would have a hard drive full of, like, video games and movies and, like, music. You know what I mean? So if you ever get to a safe level with, like, plenty of food and stuff, you know, I'd like, hang out there for, like, a while until I, for sure, like a caveman, I'd, like, all right, that's it. I can't hang around here watching YouTube videos or like, watching movies. And I gotta go back out there and start hunting down some food. You know what I'm saying? Like, a real survival type of deal. So you could use these for, like, you know, at the very least, play some music, some Jimmy Jam, you know what I'm saying?
the exit to the back rooms. It's just that no one knows how to get inside of it, so it's not really useful to learn about the computers much. There are also randomly appearing
Now, y'all don't understand. I'm like one of those nerds that, like, bro, I start, like, thinking, like, all right, well, like, if I had, like, right now, like, if I just saw a glitched out, like, you know what I mean? Like, if I had no other choice, and it's like, bro, like, my whole room is glitched out, and I'm about to fall through. Like, what the hell you grabbing? You know what I'm saying? I think about that kind of stuff. Like in the middle of the night, I'd be like, oh, if I like, what if I was about to glitch through like right now? Like, all right, I grab my backpack. I'll be like, what kind of stuff would I have like on my person, like in my room right here, right freaking on my day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I grab this, I grab that. Like, bam, I'm ready to go.
TV sets that are fully functional as well, but they're only
Like for sure. If it was like, hey, you're glitching out and you're about to get sent there, it's like I'd have to get my battery bank for my cell phone, plus any other electronics that I might find in the back rooms that might be useful, like GPSs, which are not typically useful, but you get what I'm saying. You there's like technology in the back rooms that and like safe places like level 11 in the back rooms that certain technology not only would you be able to use, but even recharge and even like use them as currency or to trade and stuff.
functional when they play a loop of the movie The Adventures of Mark Twain. That's the only thing that these TVs can play. And the specific clip that's playing from the movie is when the Satan character—
Oh, the super creepy freaking like mask, really? I hate that. I hate that claymation.
To learn about the computer as much. There are also randomly appearing TV sets that are fully functional as well.
I love that. This right, like something about this like really disturbs the hell out of me. I don't know why. I hate everything about the design of this room. You know what I mean? Like, where the hell are you gonna like? How are you gonna watch this TV? Where the hell are you gonna sit?
But they're only functional when they play a loop of the movie The Adventures of Mark Twain. That's the only thing that these TVs can play. And the specific clip that's playing from the movie is when the Satan character, which by the way is terrifying and it gave me nightmares as a child, when that Satan character starts wreaking havoc on the clay people by killing them over and over and over again. And at the very end of the clip, Satan says, "We can make more if we need them." And then the TVs will cut to static, and then they'll replay if you walk past it. The TVs themselves—
And that's it? That's all it plays? Get the hell out of here, bro. That's a psychological nightmare.
Will only come on once someone or something walks past them. It's like a motion detection thing. And like I said, they only play that specific clip from the movie.
Wait, it's motion detected! So you're literally just like walking around, you know, like checking out, like, all right, let's look, like, make sure there's no hounds, make sure there's no freaking, like, you know, smilers or any, you know, any freaking entities and whatnot. You know, let's assume you have, like, what, a spear or a sword or whatever, you know, whatever survival equipment, you got a knife. You know, so you're like trying to check stuff. All of a sudden, the freaking TV just starts blasting Mark Twain. The scene where the claymation devil, starts murdering people, claymation people. Hell no,
over
bro.
and over. But knowing that these TVs are motion censored is pretty unique and useful, because if you see one on out in the distance, like way in front of you, but you haven't walked past it yet, that means something just walked by, and it's probably not a good thing.
Oh, okay, so it turns even for the entities. I thought it was more like it only turns on for you. I thought it was gonna be like, that's a landmine. Like, as I was about to say, what happens if you just like walk in front of one? It goes off and like entities start rushing towards you. Okay, so just avoid the TVs. Just stay the hell away from the TVs. Got it.
Even deeper into Section A, you'll probably run into the kitchens, and these are sporadically installed old.
Hold up, you telling me?
By,
all right, hold on. This might be worth it.
Good thing.
All right, hear me out though. Hear me out though. All right, in the middle of the back rooms, right? McDonald's. You'll be out here surviving for months, maybe, potentially at this point, in like an alternate reality. You don't know what the hell, when you're gonna go there. You find a wine, first of all, a wine, like, fridge, whatever the hell that is, and then McDonald's? Oh, hell, dude. All right, this level might be worth it. It might be worth it to come to this level.
Into Section A, you'll probably run into the kitchen.
You're telling me I got computer rooms, wine, and McDonald's? Like, these entities better be like really, really bad. You get me? Otherwise, like, you're not convincing me this is not a good place to go to.
And these are sporadically installed old late 1990s style kitchens that often have appliances that are left on, like ovens heating up or sinks running water or microwaves spinning, things like that. The reason for this is unknown, and who did it is also unknown. It's worth—
Oh, they're all just turned on? That's kind of wild, though, huh? I was about to say, that must be one hell of a electricity bill and a gas bill, but I guess in the back rooms, they don't matter, huh? But think about that. If everything is always on, that means there's like a microwave constantly going. There's an oven constantly going. There's you know what I'm saying? There's a toaster constantly going. There's potentially, so you could, if you could potentially, like, let's say you had like some for lack of a better term, some meat or some kind of like food products that you like, for a fact, like, this is gonna spoil, this is gonna go bad. You could dry it in the oven. You could dry it, or cook it up, or like do something with it. As long as you're not getting attacked by entities, you could potentially use those to like make beef jerky, or make like, just dehydrate some fruits, dehydrate some foods that you might be able to like take with you.
All of these rooms have an older design.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I panicked for a second. I looked up. I don't know. Like, I'm starting to like lose my mind. I saw on my reference monitor that there was something standing behind me, but it was my own tail. But it's also not me because that's my VTuber model. So I genuinely was like, "What the hell? Who's?" But it's like not even. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not even real, actually me IRL. It's my freaking VTuber model. So my own tail scared me.
Aesthetic to them, and no new construction is available. They seem to have that late 80s, late 90s type of design in their walls and their
Bro,
wallpaper.
I am rotting my own. I think my own VTuber model is like rotting my brain away.
And overall just technology. Through this entire section of Section A, the lights barely work, and most of the areas are very skinny and tight, with shelves and boxes.
Bro, you gotta stop saying that, bro. You're not filling me with hope as a fat guy, as a fat monkey. When you say these corridors are skinny, that's like basically telling me if you get chased by anything, you dead. Like, I can't run. It's like when I'm trying to like get like when I gotta like get into like a movie theater and I gotta like walk sideways, shimmy down the side, to get to my seat. It's like I'm not gonna be able to run from a monster like that.
Debris being in the way of your path forward. This can lead to extreme difficulty in traveling if you're not careful, and if you don't have a light with you, some of the areas could be pretty hard to see in. But eventually...
Oh, to be fair, for like no reason whatsoever, I got like 4 or 5 flashlights that are all like really small, really light, to the point where I could even like tie it around my wrist, like, and just like sort of have it, or like put it in a keychain or something. And I think stuff like that, or like as a necklace, I think like a flashlight necklace, like I could legitimately have a flashlight that uses like very, very like simple batteries, and is small enough and light enough that I could probably like use that. I think it uses like 3 AAA batteries, so they're pretty like light. And let's think about this. In the Backrooms, a lot of electricity sources are infinite. So if you take like one of those rechargeable batteries that you can just keep charging up, keep juicing up, keep recharging. Ooh, I didn't think about that.
After walking through Section A, you'll likely find a staircase that leads down to Section B, and Section...
I want to say, like, the first time I thought about this, I was like, ooh, I'd get one of those flashlights that you can, like, you go shoot, 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 you can, like, charge it, but I think that would be making too much noise. Like, if you had to, like, the hand crank ones, I think it'd make too much noise. You'd probably get eaten by a monster.
B is considered to be moderately more dangerous than A. The rooms here are the same ones you found in the first section, nearly identical. You got your kitchens, your offices, your storage areas, things like that. Except in Section B, everything is more old, and everything's more decayed and forgotten. Shelves and the countertops here and the kitchen appliances all have dust, and the electronics don't work, and this is also a place where entities will begin to spawn more frequently, especially in these darker areas. Since Section B is further away, there are more areas that are pitch black. Clumps
and again, so I guess I would wonder, like, what's the food situation there in that like Section A area? Is there tons of food? Could you survive there for like a while? You know what I'm saying, dude? Clumps are freaking disturbing as hell. Clumps are literally what, like, look at it. It's literally just a lump of like flesh with like a seemingly unlimited amount of like limbs. That's all it is. Just a lump of flesh with limbs, arms and legs.
Smilers and wormlings are all pretty common things to see in these clusters.
I like clumps though. Like, out of all the entities, there's like a few entities that I'm like, okay, this is like a reasonable amount of like, oh, that's an anomalous entity, but also like a survivor could theoretically like actually fight back and like continue to survive in this universe, in this world. Clumps are cool. I think clumps are cool. Smilers are like, depending on if they're even defeatable with like flashlights and stuff, I guess it would really make the difference. I guess I don't know enough about smilers. If they can be defeated with like lights, then I think they're cool too. Hounds are the only ones that like I freaking hate hounds. Cause it's like if they bite you at all, it's over. You're turned into a hound, you're dead.
After walking through this slightly more cruddy and dark section, you'll eventually find another staircase that leads directly down to darkness. This darkness is section C.
Like, even
And
if
as
you
can
defeat a
guess, of
hound, you know what I'm
course,
saying? If you
section
got
C
bit,
is
it's
the
over.
most dangerous one to venture inside of. The rooms here are old and decrepit, and the lighting doesn't work at all. There's just no light. And rather than everything looking abandoned and decayed, here in section C, it's just been abandoned. Like, there's literal plants that are growing through the technology and weeds wrapping around everything, almost as if nature
Oh, that's sick. I love that. That's awesome.
is taking it back. Entities lurk here in section C very often and in much denser clusters, and the rooms are barren. They don't have the TVs, they don't have the computers, the shelves are not full, everything seems smaller and more claustrophobic.
I think if I made my own Backrooms level, it would be something like that, where it's kind of like, I like the idea of like some kind of like level creator accidentally fused a forest level and an office level together, and like sort of fused it together. You get what I'm saying? But rather than an office, I think it would be cool to make it a forest level has been accidentally overlapped above a warehouse level. Because warehouses just feel like these, I don't know, like urban jungles, you know what I'm saying? Like the concrete jungle, you know what I'm saying? But like when you go to like one of those warehouses, like Costco and stuff, or Sam's Club, it really feels like just these freaking massive, like, jungle type places, you know what I'm saying? You ever like look up at those things and just be like, damn, imagine that thing fell? They'll say it feels like a giant tree. Like you look at a tree, I don't know.
They can more squish together, almost like you're going deeper into a wormhole or a rabbit hole, and you're getting closer to the bottom. And again, that makes it much more.
It's kind of like if y'all ever seen that, one, was it the Superstore one where that the like inside of one of those Costco's or Walmart's, they have like this whole like secret little room in between all the other freaking like, pallets of like stuff. That's where they play poker and stuff. It's like junk like that makes me feel like, ooh, like that'd be crazy. I could imagine like a bunch of animals just sort of like living in those, in between those
Strenuous to try to make it through. An oddity
little
that you're gonna
nests,
experience
or like
in
little
any
hobbit
section
holes
of this level is the feeling that you're being watched, like something staring at you just from out of view. You can't really see what it is, but you know something's there. And this is very common throughout most Backrooms levels.
I'm sorry, is that just a freaking horse? What the hell? Why is there just a horse in the apartment? Huh?
But specifically here in level 106, it can get to the point where it can actually induce paranoia and delirium into wanderers. The paranoia is so present through all of the sections, but it gets worse as you go further down and away from the light. This is done through one of two things. One is that you're just scared that you're in this terrifying Backrooms level, because it makes sense. I mean, you would be scared being here. But number two is that there's something else at play. A more sinister thing or something lurking beyond the shadows is watching you, which leads to the proposed entity that lives here. Now, this entity is not confirmed to exist, and it's been nicknamed the Schrodinger entity. And essentially that means that there's just no evidence on if it actually is real or if it's fake, if it's alive or dead. It's just proposed because how else could you explain away the feeling of being watched if you can't see anything? The entity is assumed to be a sort of shadow walker who can.
That makes sense, but I wonder at the same time, because some of these Backrooms levels can really, like, it almost feels like the actual level itself is alive and watching you. So maybe the Backrooms level itself is the entity.
Blend into small and skinny places and hide just out of sight where the humans can't see. It's said and whispered to consume the flesh of people for sustenance, and it relies on paranoia and ambushing to hunt down its prey, which are humans. It's assumed that the entity is pretty strong and pretty cunning because it knows where to hide, and it must know the entire layout of the level because people haven't been able to see it, but many people have gone missing while venturing into the much deeper areas. Evidence for the Schrodinger entity is not concrete, but circumstantial evidence is. Like I mentioned earlier, some people see random TVs turning on far out in front of you, even though you haven't walked there yet. It could be this entity walking past, and that paranoia feeling is probably evidence that this thing's watching you.
Yeah, but you've also already confirmed that there's, like, clumps. Bare minimum, if there's clumps, you can kind of just assume,
Like I said, that's not actual evidence, it's just vibes, but that's why it's called Schrodinger's entity, because we don't know if it exists or not. I mean, I think this level is pretty terrifying.
Oh, you know what's another entity that's kind of cool though? The window guys. The windows, because there's like these window. It's basically like a shadow or some kind of an entity in a window that tries to like lure you to it by either making making it look like there's like the window has something cool like the outside or freedom or the real world, and then as soon as you get close enough, the entity will just grab you and like consume you. So it's like you avoid windows. But then there's also the dullards, which are like, I think they're called dullards, which they're like silver pools on the ground that as soon as you get too close, it will take shape into a real actual human. So think about like the liquid metal Terminator, except all it does is it pretends to be a pool of water on the ground. And as soon as a survivor gets too close, it'll just freaking like turn into a hand and grab you, and like, that's it.
And even if it doesn't exist, I think the fact that we're not sure if it does makes it even scarier somehow. Maybe. If you want to enter this level for some reason, I don't know why you would, but I can't even tell you, because we don't know the entrance. It just happens at random, but that leads to the thought that maybe the entity is more powerful than we think, and it sends people here as like a game, similar to Johnny back in the other level. And the only known way of escaping this labyrinth is by finding a staircase in the level C area, which is the third one down, and going down to it and opening the doors there. And once you do that, you'll be in a different level, away from the Schrodinger entity and away from the skinny claustrophobic halls of level 106. This level is one of those classic ones. It's simple, it's got uncanny lore, it's got a strange entity, maybe? We don't even know. So if you like that OG kind of level, I'm sure you enjoyed this one.
No, I do like the fact that they have like this Schrodinger's entity though, because it kind of gives it this whole other vibe of like, even though it's documented and you kind of already know what to expect, if you end up in that level, there's still a possibility that like, is that entity real? Is it here? Like, even if it is real and it's a guarantee, like, there's no, like, how do you handle that entity? You get what I'm saying? Like, nobody knows nothing about it.
That's it for my explanation of the level, though. I don't want to keep you here too long. I'm sure you have really important things to do, but thank you all for watching.
Nah, I don't got nothing to do, bro. I'm about to watch another one of your videos.
Watching the video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like. If you want to see more videos just like this, turn the notification bell on, as I upload them like 4 times a week. You know the drill by now. I've been doing this.
And of course we're gonna do that, and we're also gonna go ahead and share this video on the Discord. Please go drop Spoogly, Broogly, Toogly, Boogly, Moogly, and Woogly a like, a follow, a sub, and all that good stuff. If you're watching on the VOD, it'll be down in the description below. If you're watching with me live right now, it'll be on the Discord. Let me know if y'all want the link on the chat as well. I can send it over so y'all can just go drop them a like, go drop them a sub. Drop a comment too. It actually really helps the algorithm, especially on like videos like this. You know, even if nothing else, just go and drop the Oshi marks that I got them in the description below, so that at the very least you commented something and the algorithm sort of shows that you actually, you know, that the video is getting some kind of attention. Though honestly, he's doing great. Freaking 48k views. Let's try to get that to 50. Let's go. Alright. Moving on, Monodachis. We did 106. Let's do 107. This is gonna be so freaking good.
Hello.
But it's also 1077777. Is that like the lucky number 7, or is this like some other specific, like what the freak? Let's check it out.
Welcome back to the Broogly channel. I'm your host.
Ah! Human! This is weird, bro. You need more eyes. It's weird seeing you with only 2 eyes.
Believe it or not. And
yeah, I like it when there's 4 eyes. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, not with glasses, but like actual 4 eye. Well, 5 technically, right? With the one in the middle.
To you, level 107 of the Backrooms. That's right. The next level in order is.
Ew! What the hell is that? Is that a hound? No way, that's a hound, right? I doubt that's a hound. I thought no, because hounds look like humans that like have been reconstructed into doges, right?
There are many levels in the Backroom.
Okay, that's disturbing as hell. You see what I'm saying though? Sometimes in some of these levels, these rooms be like it's like the actual level itself is alive. It's like a
that
creature.
cause physical, emotional, spiritual, psychological, and every kind of pain possible. But level 107 will shatter your brain into 1,000,000 pieces, and you'll essentially have nothing left up here after you get done inside the level. So if that sounds cool to you, stick around for the explanation. With that more talking from me,
But how can I lose my marbles if I never found them to begin with? Answer me that, Mr. Oogly.
back and relax, grab yourself a bucket of popcorn, and let's get into the explanation of this world-ending, reality-breaking level, shall we? Level 107 of the Backrooms is classified
Wait, is that actually an image of the level?
breaking level, shall we? Level 1.
Oh, hell nah, bro. This looks like... It looks like the inside of like a freaking like power plant or like a like the generators inside of like a freaking like train tunnel or something. That's disturbing looking. Imagine having to go through that, but like if you didn't have a flashlight.
107 of the Backrooms is classified as an undetermined difficulty due to its many mysterious properties and
Oh, good, because the only thing better than a dangerous level is a level that no one knows if it's freaking dangerous or not.
a multitude of unknown
So you get to go there and find out for yourself.
information and undocumented
How do you find out? Well, you either go there and come back out, or you go there and get eaten.
entities that we really don't know much about. On the same note, the level's true appearance is not 100% known. Like I said,
What freak do you mean not 100% known?
this level takes your brain and it rips it to 1,000,000 pieces, so it's hard to say how many strange and anomalous effects cause that, but I'm gonna try to get into all the theories about it here in this video. The reason
Oh, so it's like a guarantee that this level specifically is gonna, like, jumble up your brain waves.
for no information existing seemingly about level 107 is that when something or someone travels to the level, they undergo a severe mental function decrease, meaning that their brain essentially stops working for all intents and purposes while they're in the level.
Wait, so do you just, so when you go there, you just lobotomized? Like, what the frick?
The reason this happens is not understood.
Wait, but is it like permanent? Like, are you just like you go there, you get lobotomized, you go back out, done your rings? Like, or is it like it's as long as you're in the level, you have a lobotomized effect?
Nothing like this has ever been noticed in the history of the Backrooms. We don't know what causes it. It could be some kind of amnesia. It could be some kind of psychological torture that they undergo while they're in there that makes them subdue it in their own memory. We don't know. But again, I'll be getting into what I think happens here and what other people think happens here later on. Even though an official
Bro, this level's so freaking wild that it's only what people think happens. It's not even a documented happen. Don't forget, in the lore of the Backrooms, in the more safer levels, there's like entire organizations or groups of people, of survivors basically, that have been trying to research and document as much of the Backrooms as possible, effectively to try to, like, you know, survive there and I guess colonize the Backrooms, because like what else are you gonna do? You got freaking sent into the Backrooms, you can't get back out.
recognized description of what the level is doesn't exist. There is a main
So they actually have genuine explorers and wanderers that are like going out there trying to visit a level and then somehow make it back to the safe levels and, you know, freaking like report and document all this back. Though in certain cases, some levels have internet access and they're actually able to communicate with each other, like through across levels as well.
one that most people typically believe in, and I'm going to go ahead and get into that right now, just so you kind of get an idea of what we might be talking about, and so you might get an outline, per se, of how this level rips your brain apart. The level is said to be an expansive warehouse-style complex made of heavily destroyed rooms and hallways. There are large pieces of rubble and building chunks littering the entire floor, as if it's caving in on itself. On that same note, the roof is also collapsing in many spots, causing dangerous scenes for anybody walking through it. But the main danger in this entire area is that whole rooms and hallways have live exposed wires dangling from the rotting ceiling and from the floor. These live wires could electrocute you and shock you with, many volts of electricity, and they can
I think I just figured out what's causing all the brain damage. I think I just figured it out. I think everybody that goes there accidentally freaking headbutts a freaking live wire and just gets a freaking, like, the Festus treatment from Adam's family.
Also cause death if you get tangled up inside of them. The doors in this giant warehouse are all hanging off their hinges as well, and the windows are smashed into a million pieces. It's said that there are also electrical boxes and surge protectors that are blown up here as well, constantly sparking and exploding in different parts of the building. All of what I just said makes this seem like a very dangerous place, right? You wouldn't want to even step into the level because I'm not trying to get electrocuted and I'm not trying to have the ceiling collapse on top of me, right? And the floors are also not much better. They're supposed to be rubble all over them, and there's holes below it that leads to floors beneath. There's also rusty nails and chipped wood and bent metal and other obstacles that have a chance of crushing you to death. The windows here are white and opaque, and nothing can be seen outside of them. However, when you get close to those white windows, you might hear a static noise that is emitted from them. And this static noise kind of resembles TV static, but it gets very, very loud the second you get close to it. This noise, in combination with the
Oh, that's creepy. That means it knows. That means that the freaking thing knows you're getting close to it. You know, like, it understands that you're, like...
electrical damage and the electrical noise and the other oddities here might be what causes the amnesia effect on people's brains, and that's why they don't remember anything.
I mean, I would assume, yeah, they're probably just getting their freaking brains, like tased, effectively. I think I'd have some, like, minor brain issues, too, afterwards.
My theory personally is that they come here to this level and they fall victim to that static noise driving them insane and inducing paranoia, so they get really scared, and then they might get electrocuted with high voltage from the dangling wires, or they might get hit on the head with falling rubble. All of these...
I mean, yeah, like, if it's not like rubble falling on their heads and, like, giving them brain damage, can you imagine if the level itself purposefully drops live wires on your head to shock you, to shock your brain? That'd be insane.
Things might cause amnesia. But like I said, there is no one perfect description of the level. My thing is just a theory. The description I just read to you is a theory. We don't really know. Another thing that we really don't know is the entity count that this level has, because it's pretty debated. Some people say that there's probably no entities here, because if there was, then people would have remembered seeing them. Others say that they've been there and it's crawling with entities, like wretches and skin stealers and tile traps and things like that. But one thing that most people that have come here can agree on is that they all recall hearing strange screaming noises emitting from above them while they're walking through the level. They might not remember anything else about anything, but they recall that screaming noise coming from the vents above. It's unknown if anybody's actually screaming for help or if it's kind of the level playing tricks. We just don't know. Another group of people say that the only entity here is the level itself, and it's some sort of gigantic creature that just wants to eat people.
Okay, so you see what I'm saying? Maybe not eat people, but could you imagine if, like, the level was just, like, specifically, like, what is this? What are you doing here? Get out. Like, what if the actual level itself is a living entity, and, like, when humans get in it, just like with, you know, our human bodies, whenever a virus gets into it, you know, it starts trying to, like, you know, you start to have a fever because that's the body heating itself up to try to eliminate and destroy the virus. You start to cough and sneeze because that's the body trying to, like, cough out the virus, sneeze out the disease. You know, you get diarrhea, the same thing. The body is like, if maybe the virus is in your stomach, maybe the virus is there. It's trying to, like, flush that out the system. So what if that's what it is? Like, what if the level itself is, like, trying to shock you, trying to drop rubble on you, trying to, like, just trying to get you the hell out. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that's true, but maybe it is. I don't know. The leading theory on what this level is, though, is that it's some kind of pocket dimension that's only accessible by entering the physical space of level 107. And that somehow this pocket dimension is a null zone or something like that that blocks out people's ability to recall what they're seeing. Like, the people that go there's eyes can take in what they're seeing at the time, but it doesn't log that as a memory in their brain, which essentially rips the memory glands from their brain. But whatever the case is, whether it's
the memory glands. Ah, yes, the memory glands. What if the actual level itself, like, because it's like one of those things where it's like, let's say if this level, like, was a thing and somebody traveled there, what if the whole level, like, what if there's just a dust in the air, or maybe not even dust? What if it's just the level innately has the ability to grant a sort of, like, amnesia ability. Cause like, you know that there's like that like drug that the dentists give you that's like the Twilight thing, where it's like they inject you with some stuff where it's like you feel all the pain and all the bad stuff, but like because they injected you with the drug, you don't remember any of that stuff. Like what if the level did that to you? So like technically you're going through all of it, you're experiencing all of it, and some of it might stay, but for the most part, you're not gonna remember most of it because it's like a Twilight, like the Twilight. You know, you're being Twilighted or whatnot.
Destroy building infested with live broken wires, whether it's some sort of alien pocket dimension, whether it's a torture chamber for a Backrooms deity, level 107 will shatter your brain into a million pieces if you get sent there, and after you come back, you won't be the same person after going.
But even if you come back, like, you know, how would you document that anomaly? Oh, if you go into the room, there's like a Twilight effect. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't be able to document it because you would forget that you even freaking went into the room, basically.
Into it. This level's page is very short. It's like 2 paragraphs long, so I tried to explain all the lore I could, and the last thing I need to explain to you is how to avoid that horrible fate of getting your brain put into a blender, and for that, you need to know how to enter and how to exit. To enter, you have to find a specific door over on level 106. That's all I have, that's all it says. And to exit, some say that you have to dodge the wires that are hanging down and electrocuting people, and then eventually find a hole in the ceiling that you can climb up through. Once you do that, you need to put a chair there and climb up, and then you'll crawl through the ceiling and you'll be sent to a multitude of different levels. That's if the level even exists. We don't have any actual data or photographic evidence of it at all, it's just hearsay, but we assume it does. Maybe. This is one of those levels that represents the strangeness of the Backrooms. A lot of the things here are not confirmed, they're not even real per se, but the threat and the danger of it is still there. Just the story and the idea of a place like this that essentially takes away your ability to remember things just by you going there, and you don't even recall the horrors that you went through inside of the level. That's pretty terrifying in and of itself, and the concept doesn't even need to be fleshed out. That's horrifying as it is, and I'm glad the level's written like that. This is
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like the fear of the unknown. You know, it's like it sort of just leaves you like, what is gonna be scarier than your freaking your own imagination? You know what I'm saying?
super OG level. I think I talked about it a long time ago, like 4 years ago, but I wanted to give it a proper whole video here, and since it's Brutally Summer Spectacular, I figured I'd go ahead and do that. But with all that said, that is the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching.
It's a cool one. I mean, it might genuinely also just be that there's an entity that lives there, or that, like, that's just their house, that's just where they you know, they're resident, that's where they live on that level, and anytime a survivor or wanderer ends up there, they might just go and attack them and lobotomize them or something, you know, like some kind of like ability that they got or something, an amnesia beam or something. I don't know, like, you never know, and they just don't remember it.
Pull the end. If you did enjoy it, leave a like. I'd really appreciate it. It really helps the channel out. It's the best way to support me. While you're down there leaving a like, see what I did there. Check out all my other stuff. It's all over there in the description. You know where it's at. I post on Instagram. I post on my other channel, Spoogly, and I'm starting to post on Toogly again. There's so much coming to this channel. Broogly, Spoogly, Toogly. It's all about to be crazy. I've been going wild here on Broogly, crazy on Spoogly, and I'm gonna start my travel vlog series over there on Toogly. So just tap into that.
All right, but now you have to start a an educational nature channel called Moogly after the Jungle Book character. Get on it.
That when you're ready. Make sure to tell somebody you love them, because life is too short.
Bro, actually though, if you actually make Moogly, you could totally make like a spooky jungle like lore kind of. You know what I'm saying?
You all as well. With all that said,
like the Thunderbird
have a fantastic day. Enjoy your summer, and I will see you in the next installments of the Broogly.
It's not summer. That was a month ago. I'm joking. No, actually, technically is, right? Still. What a phenomenal video. Absolutely go and drop Broogly a like, go drop him a sub, all that good stuff. If you are here with me live, I'm dropping the video on the Discord, so please be sure to go and drop him a like, go drop him a sub, go and drop him a comment as well, so the algorithm knows that you liked the video. And I think I got two more Brooglies, and then we'll get into the monument mythos, which is insane. But please go and check out the video, my dudes. This one looks interesting because actually this kind of gets into I was thinking about this the other day when I was watching the Alex Kister freaking like backroom stuff. How like in that lore, it started to be like where the back rooms and the front rooms are starting to like meld together all over the world. And this one started to like I was wondering if that also extends into like alien planets and stuff.
Hello my friends, welcome back to the Brugly channel. I'm still kind of sick, I apologize. Today I want to talk to you about Backrooms level 110, and this one involves black holes.
110, is this the one where that one guy is like stuck there on the space station? And like all he could do is play video games and like listen to music and stuff and like try to research?
Space and the excruciating heat death of the universe. Nice. And more importantly, we will officially get to see what happens if you open up a black hole inside of the Backrooms. If that sounds interesting to you, stick around for the explanation. I'd love to have you along the
Wait, actually though, that's kind of freaking sick.
ride. And let's discuss this level and end off this year's Brugly Summer Spectacular with a black hole that swallows everything, shall we? The page of level 110, which is also known as Everlasting End, begins with this quote: "Dedicated to my deceased friends, Nathaniel Lucia, in memoriam." And the level has been documented as a class Schwarzschild, which might not make any sense, but
What
I'll
is that?
explain in a second. Deceased friends, Nathaniel Lucia, in memoriam.
Survival difficulty class Schwarzschild? What the frick does that even mean?
And the level has been documented as a class Schwarzschild.
Unsafe and unsecure, boundless profundity. What the frick? Y'all, you really gonna make me look up what the hell what the frick profundity? Great intellectual insight or understanding. Alright.
Which might not make any sense, but I'll explain in a second. The level is unsafe with boundless profundity.
Apparently, this you don't say it like you know what the hell that means, Brooklyn. You know damn well you had to look it up too. He's saying what I'm saying. Like, I want so what? Like this level just like is this level gonna make me understand the universe or what the frick?
And it just is everlasting darkness. Now that is a crazy classification to have. There's literally not another level that has.
Is that what everlasting end means?
It's very unique, but let me explain just for a second what all that means. Schwarzschild is the classification, and that comes from the name of the guy, Karl Schwarzschild, who was a German physicist and astronomer, and more accurately as it relates to this level, Schwarzschild has a black hole named after him, and apparently it's the simplest kind of black hole. Apparently, Karl Schwarzschild posited that black holes do not have angular momentum, and that they do not rotate. And as far as I can tell, he essentially proposed this theory in order to solve Einstein's equation of general relativity. I think. I'm not an astronomer, but I'm sure one of you amazing people will correct me in the comments below. But that is why this level has the Schwarzschild classification. The main part of level 110 takes place inside of a behemoth, tubular, donut-shaped city that surrounds a black hole. The diameter and the size of this city and circle thing cannot be measured fully. It's just too big, but it's estimated to be about 1,000 AU, or astronomical units, in size.
Oh yeah, that means something to me. That totally good. Thank you. You see, I was about to ask how many AUs it was, cause you know what I'm saying, like, cause it's like oh okay, if it's only 500 AUs, it's not that big, you know.
For reference on how big that actually is,
I'm joking. What the frick is an AU? What? I'm sorry. What? That's like the metric system and whatnot. What the hell? How, now we're getting into space units?
Is 63,000 AUs, so it's pretty large. But
wait, a light year is 63,000 AUs? That didn't help me understand or comprehend.
AU, or astronomical units, in size. For reference on how big that actually is, 1 light year is 63,000 AUs. So it's
how many parsecs is that? How many parsecs? Is that longer than the Kessel Run?
Large, but it's not, you know, crazy, unholy.
Bro, you're gonna need to give me a lot more profundity than that. I don't understand. What?
Infinite. Now, obviously, if you're reading this from the perspective of me, this entire level's existence makes no sense, right? It shouldn't be able to be right on top of a black hole without getting sucked in, and much less you shouldn't be able to come here and visit. But this place does exist, and despite all the natural laws that we know, you can come to level 110 if you want to. Think of this entire structure that surrounds the black hole as a giant donut-shaped city. And inside the donut, where that hole is, that's where the black hole sits. There's a glowing luminescent blue color that emits from the black hole's edge, and it kind of gives a eerie light to the entirety of the donut.
I wonder, out of curiosity though, what if you did build a space station that was that large? And but the black hole was tiny when you first built it, you know? So it's kind of like, you technically would have like a couple million years before you had to abandon the space station. But while you were on the space station, because you're being, affected by the gravity of the black hole, it would actually feel more like, a couple 100 million years. That's a lot of time for you to do research and stuff on the black hole. And theoretically, as long as you either got out of there in time or sent the information out of there in time, it's kind of like, you'd probably pass away before the actual black hole consumed you. You know what I'm saying? Like we're talking about some real this is getting into interstellar type of space and you know what I mean? This goes beyond typical human comprehension.
And that's really the only natural light here, since we are in space and far away from any other light. Now, the city is not actually on top of the giant floating ring, it's actually inside of its hollowness. It's like a 3D shape, kinda. And it's very vast and it's very expansive. If you've ever seen Star Wars, this is like Coruscant, but ring-shaped. The city itself is somehow inside of the ring, and like I said, it just seems to be there. Each part of the city is connected to each other by a giant hatch door, and every section is about 50 kilometers in length. The buildings here are massive, but they are empty and they're sterile, and they seem to be abandoned. The hallways are futuristic but plain, often comprised of nothing more than metal and electronic plates. Whatever the case is, it seems like something caused this level to be abandoned very quickly at some point in the distant past, but I don't know what that is, and I don't think the level's gonna tell us what it is, but that's what it seems like. All of the sections in this city are just nameless and orderless. There's no map to anything. You'll just have to search it all for yourself. You can tell though while exploring this place that the city at one point used to be futuristic. It seems like a place of commerce and livelihood, but now it just echoes with nothing. It's completely empty and abandoned in the middle of space.
It's like Dead Space 2, when you go into that space station city.
The gravity inside of this donut city is weird too, because objects that are near the inner wall of the space ring, they have high gravity levels, so you're gonna get kind of sucked towards the wall, you know? But once you get to the center of the city, the gravity reaches near zero, and it's like some sort of centrifugal force. You can kind of jump really high, and you can fall from high places and climb up buildings. It's very strange. Through each section of the city, you're gonna come across a multitude of abandoned structures. These can range from housing complexes to old cafeterias, to hallways, to laboratories, literally anything you'd expect in a space city. And the vibe of this level is that it was abandoned eons ago by some kind of futuristic race. It truly...
Well, that's the thing, right? Because if you build a freaking lab around a black hole to do research for millions of years, eventually, once you're kind of done with the research and the black hole gets a little bit too large, you're gonna the city's gonna get freaking sucked in. Let's evacuate, get everyone out. You know what I mean? We you know what I mean? That's kind of cool.
Feels like you're on some kind of Star Wars ship that's this giant civilization. The entire vibe is just terrible, and most of the place is devoid of oxygen, so you can't even breathe. And on top of that, you're in space, so it's freakishly cold. The temperature inside of the city is usually in the upper negative 40s. So if you even want to come to level 110 and just to say you've been here to explore it, you're gonna have to have your own special spacesuit in order to have oxygen and to survive the freezing cold temperatures. Through the entire donut...
Oh, wait, so there's not even freaking oxygen in the freaking station? Oh, damn. What if you accidentally get sent there?
As well, while you're exploring the city, you'll notice that some of the sections have gigantic tears and ruptures that face outwards towards space. Like I said, the city is inside of the ring, but some of these places have been shot out or clawed out or fallen apart, and they expose the outer area. These are the places that...
Oh, yeah, that makes me think yeah, maybe it was a black hole research station, and just, after a couple million years, they just sort of said all right, that's it, we got all the research we can get out of this one. We'll go find another black hole, build another city. This one's kind of it's starting to get to the point where, he said, in some areas there's like weird gravity, in other places you start to get sucked towards the wall. You know what I mean? The station is starting to like fall apart. You know, rooms are starting to explode out into outer space. They kind of just abandoned it. Like, what's the point? And even if you abandon the entire space station, if they're so advanced that they can build a freaking space station around the black hole, it's like just go find a planet, mine the resources, build another space station, bam. You know, like a couple million. You're not gonna have to worry about building another one for another couple million years.
Vacuums that can cause certain chambers to suck you out to space, where you will die. There is no life on this level. It is completely barren and hellish in every sense of the word. The entire level is an empty metal tomb looking out toward—
honestly, the real question is, in lore, in the Backrooms, it's like, would this theoretically be like,
on this level, it is
would this be theoretically a future human city? And so the Backrooms sort of like exists in the past, the present, and the future? Or is this like the Backrooms and the real world, the front rooms, are in the same timeline, but like somewhere out there in space, some kind of civilization exists, and this is just like, again, similar to Earth, the extra assets that existed from that, you know, from wherever in the actual real front rooms they exist in the galaxy. You know what I'm saying? Like a different alien species, but this is just their extra assets.
completely barren and hellish in every sense of the word. The entire level is an empty metal tomb looking
like
out—
what if the space station is actually like, what if the black hole is the doorway into the Backrooms, and the space station at some point existed on the other side of the black hole, but in the front rooms, and then it got sucked into the black hole and now exists in the Backrooms? So it's actually not being sucked in, it's technically being spit out
towards a sinister black hole. No one knows where this level actually takes place, if it's in Earth's solar system.
No, it's in space. It takes place in space, I think.
Or if it's just in the deep, forgotten areas of space, but it's assumed that it's so far out in the multiverse that no one cares enough to come rescue it, or take it where it used to be. Theories on what the level is range from things I mentioned in this video, like a former future—
No, like I said, I like the idea of either it being a research station that was abandoned because, like, no duh, you kind of don't want to live in a research station at a certain point once it starts to get sucked into the black hole. Or it's a research station that was already sucked into the black hole, and this is just like, it's being spit out into the Backrooms.
colony. Some people think it's also Earth's last attempt to get to space, to survive. Some think it's some kind of subhuman or superhuman species that used to live here or used to explore deep space. Some people think it's an abandoned prison complex where they used to send people that were too dangerous to live on planet. Whatever the case is, no one else lives here. Seems like all the inhabitants either left or got sucked out to space to die. One of the weirdest parts of the level, though, is why the black hole is not bringing the donut-shaped colony into it. For some reason, it seems to repel the gravitational pull, and it's just sitting there on top. Now, you yourself can get pulled out of the donut and sucked into the black hole. We don't know where it leads. I'm assuming to the void or something. But you yourself can do that, but it won't do it to the structures.
If you don't know what the void is literally just like it's like kind of like the out of bounds zone of the Backrooms, where it's like everything that, like, whenever you fall into, like, let's say if you're playing a video game and you no clip, like, it through the floor, and there's just emptiness and nothingness, like, and everything is just dark and nothing, like you know, there's nothing there. That is the void. It's literally just an empty expanse of nothingness. So it's like, you might as well be considered dead, but you're not dead. You just exist in nothingness. And it's kind of like, you know, eventually you're gonna starve to death, right? But, like, that's just the void. There's nothing there.
The only way to enter this level is by walking around level 78, which is another space level, pretty similar to this one. And then if you go on that level and you find a porthole that's glowing blue, you can jump through that. And to exit, you literally cannot exit this level unless you sacrifice whoever is with you. That's right, you can't leave the death donut in space unless you kill your partner or your friend or whoever you brought. And if you came alone, you're gonna die. There are no bases here, there's no outposts here, there's no life, no entity, nothing can survive here, and neither can you. Several people think that this black hole will eventually give way and begin to consume all of the physical matter around it. And it's already gargantuan in size, so let's just say for fun that it starts to devour Backrooms levels. If that's the case, then this singular level, level 110, could be the end of the Backrooms because it could literally take in and devour the actual material that the Backrooms is, and it could eventually suck it all in. Pause, that's sus, I know, but that's the theory. But at least
Bro, she's got so much suction power. Oh.
now you know what happens if a black hole...
Hey, relax, chat. We're talking about black holes here, alright? Space black holes. Good gravy. Relax. Damn, chat. Get your head out the gutter. Your mind out the gutter.
There's hardly any more information than what I talked about today in this video on the page, and we really don't have any theories beyond what I've mentioned as to what is going on here. But this giant space colony donut is one of the most enigmatic levels in the Backrooms that I've seen and that I've talked about on the channel. So I hope you enjoyed it. If you have an opinion...
It reminds me of that one level where that one guy got stuck in it, but like this one you can actually explore. The other one, the guy, there's only like one survivor stuck there, and nobody else can get in, basically.
On what this level is or how it came to be here, leave in the comments below. I'm pretty interested. And with all that said, thank you for watching this video. I really appreciate you watching to the end. If you did enjoy it, leave a like. If you want more levels, of course, tell me in the comments which ones I should cover, and I'll get to them eventually, probably. Thank you for all your support across all these years, across all my channels. If you want to continue to do so, the best way is to subscribe and to leave a like on the video. They're both free to do, and they both help me out tremendously. If you want more content from me, check out my Spoogly channel. That's my other channel where I do like deep dive documentaries and...
That's the one where go check out the Hidden World one. Go check out the Icewa one. It's freaking nuts. You see this guy? With the giant freaking head? His name is Jacob. He invented white people. I'm not even joking. That's the lore. This giant freaking Megamind looking guy literally like created white people for the sole purpose of enslaving black people because a bunch of black people made fun of him for having a big head. I am not even joking. That's the actual lore. Go and check out the video. It is amazing. All right, anyway, we're going to move on. I'm going to leave you with that little sneak peek at that one. Trust. Let me know if y'all want to see a reaction to that. That's like an hour-long video. I would be so down, though. But that's like way far in the future. Like, it's spooky season right now. But I'll tell you what I am going to do is drop a like on the video. I'm already subbed. Please, Motodachi's go and sub to Broogly, to Spoogly, to Boogly, to Moogly, to all that good stuff. He makes some phenomenal videos. I'm gonna go ahead and link the video on the Discord, and if you were watching on the VODs, it'll be down in the description below, as always. And I think for today, we got one more... Yeah, we got one more Backrooms video, and then we're gonna get into the Monument Mythos.
With the content...
Something terrifying just got discovered in the Backrooms. So this actually just came out. I have no idea what it's about, but I actually do like it whenever there's, like, big universal lore changes to the Backrooms, because it kind of... I like it when, even though it's really interesting and cool to see every single level have their own unique, like, flavor to it, I do also like, I want to see a little bit more of, like, a sort of, like, universal straight line in between all of it, because, you know what I'm saying? Like, because technically, it's not just you in the Backrooms, it's also a bunch of other entities that exist and are living in the Backrooms. So it's kind of like, I kind of like to see whenever things whenever they start to like have universal changes, so to speak.
That I make, often consisting of horrible abominations that want to end humanity, all the way up to things like empty liminal
So we're gonna be
spaces
checking out that Locust one later.
and Backrooms levels that try to devour people by giving them starvation and dehydration until they turn into a red wretch. It's pretty safe to say my brain is full of depraved things. But the Backrooms level that I'm going to be explaining in today's video...
Oh, frick is that? Imagine wanting to go take a poop and that freaking thing just shows up.
It takes the cake, literally. This is the most disturbing, uncanny, and mind-boggling level that I've covered at least in the last year. Viewer discretion is advised. This is disgusting and disturbing. The level in question is nicknamed 3 Mile, and it's this empty complex of an abandoned nuclear facility full of a very strange fleshy substance as well as nuclear fallout. There's fleshy...
Oh, nasty! I just recently rewatched Chernobyl, and bro, this reminds me of like, there's like this one scene where they asked the scientist, the command, the general. He's like asking the scientist guy. He's like, what's gonna happen to these fools? And he's talking about how it's like, bro, they're like they legitimately, like, at a certain point, the radiation burns were so bad, and the way that radiation works is that it doesn't actually burn. It actually, like, basically knocks out atoms and molecules from your, like, molecular structure. So basically, at a certain point, like, the victims, like, skin and muscles were literally melting. So there's nowhere to put the needle in to give them morphine. Because it's just like skin and muscle is melted. It's like butter. Like actual butter. Imagine skin and muscle that's butter. Like, ugh. That sucks, bro. Like, there's nowhere to put a needle to even give them painkillers. I wonder if, like, that's where they got the idea for this. Can you imagine the skin what if this, like, skin substance is just like melted peoples?
Gigantic behemoths. There's nuclear radiation, there's the elephant's foot. Literally everything is in this level. And if you think that sounds cool, stick around for the explanation. I'd love to have you along.
Oh, hell no. Like, if there's one thing I know in life is that just stay the hell away from radiation. Like, at all. It's just no.
It would be my pleasure to tell you these horrible things. Without further ado, let's go ahead and get into the explanation, and let's see what this is gonna have in store, shall we?
The word is still not allowed on YouTube, so I'm gonna say it like the sisters, the Kanker sisters from Ed, Ed and Eddie. But like even the people that, like, weren't really, let's say, in the thick of it during that situation, they still developed canker years later, and, like, that was the best scenario. That was the best scenario. You get what I'm saying? So it's like this level instantly is like, avoid, stay away, never go here. Even with a radiation suit.
The levels page starts with this statement. All of humanity's fear.
People really don't understand that radiation suits are just there to temporarily hold back the radiation from being able to get to you.
Incarnate.
But, like, you'll still suffer from some of it. You get me?
Reach out to you, feast upon your being, and spit you back out. And it's so sad to know that it was once like us. And then right under that terrifying sentence, there is this picture, which is the mangled flesh monster that's melted and disfigured that quote was talking about.
I'm telling you, this is literally just like, people that have been radioactively melted into monsters. That's insane, dude.
5 different sections of the levels documentation, and I'll be going over each of them, but we'll be starting with a basic overview that's been given of the 3-mile level. Then I'll dive into an expedition log, then the flesh stuff that I keep talking about, and an interview with the survivor. The level itself has a threat index of a class undetermined because it's really just uncountable in how weird its properties are. There's so much unknown information, and there's a strange being that kind of resides inside of the level. It doesn't make much sense, but you'll see what I'm gonna get to in a second. 3 Mile is the name that's been given to this otherwise unnamed and unnumbered level that was stumbled upon back in the 1980s. It looks to be an abandoned nuclear power plant with tech and design styles that were common in Western power plants before the infamous 3 Mile Island incident that happened in real life. So before 1980. If you don't know what the 3 Mile Island incident is, essentially back in 1979 near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, there was a partial nuclear meltdown of unit number 2 reactor at the 3 Mile Island nuclear station. It wasn't like Chernobyl level catastrophe, but it was still bad, don't get me wrong. There was like gas and fallout leaking out and stuff like that. But this level here is named after that nuclear plant. And it looks similar too. Its general design and its general layout kind of have the exact same vibe as what you would imagine the inside of an old nuclear facility would. The general structure of the level is in bad shape. It's fallen apart, to be honest, and there's dirt, there's grime everywhere. There's cracks in the ceiling and on the walls. There's rubble in front of where you're trying to walk. There's old melted down reactor cores everywhere that are leaking radioactivity. It's not very fun to be in here.
It's just literally everywhere. It's just like, all right, do you want to get melted here? Or do you want to get melted here? Would you like your flesh to be melted off your skin over there? Or would you perhaps like to have your face melted off over in this area? It's like, what? There's nowhere, no, you haven't said not one room that's like, sounds nice.
complex itself can be traveled by going through a various labyrinth of hallways or by going up and down through a set of old dingy staircases. But it's safe to say no place is actually safe, so travel at your own risk. It's very dangerous. Throughout parts of the
Yeah, it just sounds like if you don't like, first of all, like the odds of you before you ever end up at this level, the odds of you finding a place where you can even get your hands on a freaking radiation suit, right? But even then, it's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna travel around the back rooms with a freaking radiation suit on you at all times, and just hope, like, is this the level? Is this the radiation level? Well, I got like, like even if you like, you could say like, oh, I'll carry a Geiger counter. What if you do carry a Geiger counter and it sets off attracting entities towards you? You get what I'm saying?
complex, a substance called corium exists in excess and flows from the ceiling and can drip down on top of you. Now, corium is pretty much kind of like a lava
It could drip down on top of you. That sucks. Okay.
consistency mixture of nuclear waste and other toxic materials that you get when a nuclear reactor core kind of gets melted down. This is that.
Like the one in Chernobyl. This is basically basically when it started to melt down, it was going to fall into the water supply. And that's why they had to basically send a bunch of miners down there to like reinforce all of that to make sure it stayed out of the water supply, out of the river flow, and didn't infect literally the entire region's like crops, everything. Literally their farmlands, their water supply, their freaking their farm animals would drink that water, their plants, the grass, like everything would have been irradiated. It would have been way different of a world that Russia would be right now if it wasn't for the sacrifice of all those freaking miners, digging underneath it and like reinforcing that freaking thing, dude.
That gooey liquid that's left over, and it's the substance that was at the bottom of the Chernobyl disaster in the foot area. Anyway,
and it was just like, it was actually genuinely just melting through the floor, going deeper and deeper and deeper until eventually it would have hit water.
anyways, that awesome substance is dripping everywhere in this level. It's even clogging hallways left and right, and in some cases it's flooding entire rooms. Now, the level itself is also not confined to the space of just a nuclear
Flooding entire rooms. Yeah, even a radiation suit is not gonna save you, dude. This level is just a death trap. Like it's just death incarnate. Like you're not escaping this room, I don't think. Or even if you do, I think you're escaping basically like you're only escaping the physical level. I think you're dead even if you like get out of here.
plant, but we also don't really think it's infinite because after about 50 kilometers from where you start the level at, the hallways kind of get blocked. At that 50-kilometer mark, each hallway gets filled with these giant piles of rubble and broken walls, and you can't climb over them. They're just kind of wedged in the hall and you cannot get past, and that essentially blocks off the rest of the power plant. We don't know what's back there, and I'm not sure that we want to, but it could go further. We just have no idea. Now, because of the
It could just be other power. Honestly, I would. My guess would be that there's other nuclear plants that are just also falling apart. You get what I'm saying?
insanely high levels of radiation,
It's just if this one had a meltdown, there might be other nuclear power plants. I think it would be like infinite copies of like meltdown power plants. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine if it's just like copy paste Chernobyls. Basically, is the whole level.
here. If you do come to this level, you will either die from that or the flesh monster that I'll talk about later. It's one or the other. You cannot be rescued because it would endanger the people that would try to come and rescue you, and essentially you would be consumed by the radiation burns eventually. But now I want to talk about the initial expedition of this level that happened way back in the day. Back in 1987, an initial search of this level took place where several people attempted to adventure through it, kind of map it out, see what's up, and make sure that it wasn't going to explode. Spoiler alert, it did. Eventually, this group of people walk so deep and enough through these hallways that they run into a skin stealer on the ground. They think it's dead, so they walk around it and they kind of continue to move on. Only when they all pass the skin stealer, it stands up and it grabs and attacks one of the members of the team. The investigator that got grabbed is kind of struggling, trying to get the giant creature off of it. Obviously.
Yeah, is that actually what it looks
like?
like?
Struggle, they both fall through a crack in.
Well, I get it might look like that, but I think it's supposed to be like the flesh goop monster, right? Okay, so it's just like melted peoples.
the lower floor, all the way down to a very low level inside of this complex. Directly into, you guessed it, a pool of corium. That nuclear lava, milkshake, toxic radiation stuff. After this, the team assumed the man was dead, and they cut the recording and they tried to escape themselves. Except the man that the skin stealer grabbed and fell down into the radiation pools, he didn't die.
Oh, I freaking missed that. It was specifically a skin stealer. Interesting. So what happened to the skin stealer then? For those who don't know that, so the image that he showed was accurate. That's a skin stealer. And what they do is they basically, like, it's in the name, they typically, like, kidnap people, if at all possible secretly or hidden, steal their skin, wear it, and then try to approach you in order to effectively attack you and start the process over with, like, each individual member. So that's all they do is, like, they just steal someone's skin, wear it, and then try to approach another human or their companions and try to attack them while wearing the camouflage of the skin. So that thing dragged him down. But I wonder if is the skin stealer, like, immune to radiation?
He actually had a fate worse than death. And here is a recovered audio log of what he has to say about the events that took place when he fell. Quote, "I survived the attack by the skin stealer. The thing's dead, but I don't doubt that no one is coming to help me now. I can't..."
Wait, so he survived the attack. So did it die from radiation, or did he beat it to death?
Move, so I have to rest with the creature.
Skin stealers are one of those creatures that genuinely I think is, like, cool, because it's like, yeah, no, you constantly have to, like, keep your eye out, because that thing could just sneak up on you, especially if you're going to sleep. That thing will attack you in your sleep. But, it's like, you could absolutely, if you had a weapon, fight it off.
Body next to me. The radiation here must be lethal, but I'll try to
Get
survive.
yourself a machete. Machete attack!
I hope. The skin stealer seems to have a bunch of tumors on its body.
Like, you're not gonna hand-to-hand this freaking thing, right? But you definitely, if you got a machete, like, you could hack off, like, you could really, like, you could fight. You can fight back.
I'm not sure how I've not noticed this before. Maybe they're still growing. That would mean it's alive, knocked out cold. I hope.
That's a tall boy. That's a big boy. You know, the more images you show me, the less confident I feel like a machete would do something.
Not. The wounds are hurting a lot. I'm bleeding everywhere.
What about a flamethrower? You think a flamethrower would handle that?
Remain hopeful. Maybe a better prepared gang will find me. The tumors have grown. The thing is still alive, and it seems trapped in a coma, and I'm worried. I've begun to feel pain too. Maybe I have the tumors as well. My arms have begun to hurt massively if I write too much. The tumors burst through the skin stealer's skin. It looks terrifying. The tumors have teeth and muscle and bone. Some of them even have eyes. I've noticed small humps around my joints too. The humps grow larger. It hurts so much. The skin stealer's tumors have been growing more of the terrifying features. They've buried the corpse.
Okay, so that kind of makes me believe that, yeah, it was the radiation that took out the skin stealer. So it goes after any and all entities. So it's not really that it's melting you down. Sorry, somebody's at the door. Hey, relax, no barkies. That's a bad habit, babies. It's not that the skin like that the thing is, like, melting you down and you become an entity. It almost is sounding like it's creating radiation mutants out of, like, but borrowing your flesh. Like, you kind of like how Tyranids in Warhammer 40k borrow your biomass to create more Tyranids. It's almost as if this thing is using your biomass to create an entity, a radiation monster. It's kind of, you know what I mean? Yuck.
Under their flesh. I may soon only be able to...
Yeah, like, is this guy becoming a monster, or is a monster being born out of his flesh? Is my question. Yuckies.
Right,
Yuckies is what I'm
growing
thinking.
in my direction. I can feel them on my fingers. The humps burst open. They revealed the same tumors. It hurts. It is all one massive tumor. It's developed a mouth. It says out loud what I write. It sprawls all over me. It spreads over the walls. It seems to be evolving to survive. It continues to speak what I write in script. I can't do anything. It spreads beyond this room, barely able to write. So that was the horrifying log of this this man getting completely overwhelmed and consumed by what
So it was talking basically to him, or is he trying to say that that the mouths out that are coming out of his tumors, like he was talking out of them? You know what I mean? Is he trying to say that he was speaking out of his own tumors because he had extra mouths, or is he saying that the entity that was being created out of his biomass was like reading out, like, you know, like it was intelligent enough to start reading and shit?
seems to be a sentient kind of tumor. Obviously, he described the room that he fell
Right,
into.
yeah,
as
he's saying
being
the same
full of
thing,
this
it's like a
corium
sentient tumor.
material, and he was trapped next to this dead skin stealer. The radiation he was exposed to then caused the skin stealer to grow those tumors, and they fleshed out. And then, of course, that poor guy also had the same fate, where the tumors came out of his skin, and then eventually they all grew together into one mushy, gooey, fleshy blob. He said
I wonder if two blobs get together, do they become one blob?
grew a mouth, and it started to talk, and it started to expand out of the room they were in, and eventually, I'm guessing it took over the entire level. This place is no longer called 3 Mile, it's now called Teratoma.
Oh, frick, what? Hold on, what?
Now, teratoma as a word in real life is a kind of tumor that can grow hair and other kinds of features. As you heard in that man's description, this thing was growing mouths and eyeballs and that kind of thing, so that's where they get the name from. But as it relates to this level, teratoma is the nickname given to these fleshy parts of the nuclear fallout place. And it's essentially this evolving, living tumor that's consuming the entire 3 Mile level. It eats—
Oh, I think I just answered my question. Okay, so they did eventually, I'm assuming eventually fuse together, but now it's like taking over parts of the level? Yuck. It's like, it's growing still? I'm assuming any survivors that get stuck there just sort of add onto the mass.
It's the toxic material that's down here, and it kind of uses it as fuel to hunt whatever stumbles into its trap. Now, you see, that guy fell into the bottom of this area.
It's living off of the radioactive material.
And he kind of sprouted those tumors back in 1986.
Oh, nah, that is like a legitimately, if Chernobyl, like the worst case scenario if Chernobyl went bad, you know? Yuck.
Exactly. So all of this fleshy stuff started from him and that single skin stealer. So those two things together created teratoma, and now it's taking over the entire level as one deadly sentient blob. Fast forward from 1987 to 2025, and teratoma covers every single inch of the level. Muscle and sinew and cells and tendrils cover every substance and every surface. These tendrils can be controlled by teratoma's head, and it's how it grabs its prey and moves it closer to its mouth. Speaking of mouths, eyes and other mouths are dotted along the core and the body and the tendrils of this tumor. They're always staring at whatever poor soul has fallen down into this level, and they're waiting to kill it. Gurgling and bubbling noises can be heard silently echoing through the hallways here. And for people that don't know what this level is, if they stumble into it, they might just think that the level's creaking and shaking like a building would, having no idea that a living tumor is ready to eat them. Sometimes long strands
Yuck, so it's like actively predatory too.
of hair are hanging from inside the ceilings, where teratoma has spread its flesh through the ceilings and it leaks down through the bottom. Like I said, teratoma tumors can grow hair and other things, and that's exactly what this thing's doing. Its body is latched on to every single surface in the level. Stone, drywall, wood, rock, nuclear material, it's all fused directly into its fleshy organs. The way the teratoma eats is that when it grabs a victim, whatever it's like an entity or a human or whatever it is, it'll grab it.
Well, dude, this is wild. So this was a Backrooms level that was just basically, you know, copy-pasted Chernobyl, right? Like an asset level. And just naturally, this creature evolved in it.
And pull it down
Wild
towards its
to think
base,
about.
where that man and that skin stealer fell down into. In this area, it has filled the room with a toxic fluid that's kind of like the fluid that's in level 2's pipes. It's got a very high alkalinity, and it melts things like a strong acid. If you couple that with
Bro, level 2 and level 3 are freaking wild, insane. Level 2 sounds like a trip, though.
the corium and other nuclear material here, nothing is safe to breathe in or touch. But that's how it consumes.
I like that though. I like that the liquids here are the same as level 2. Like I said, I like that. I like that like when there's like a little bit of consistency in between the levels. Just, it doesn't have to be a lot. Just a little something, a little something.
Just melts its victims. It grows more and more sentient and intelligent over time, and is now considered to be above a human level consciousness. Some people even claim that they've seen the entity no-clip its tendrils through different walls, and it somehow harnessed the ability to do that. Which is crazy, I know, but it's pretty terrifying, and if that's the case...
So it can freaking no-clip to attack you as well?
That means that the 3 mile level may not be able to contain this teratoma, and once it outgrows the walls, eventually it might grow into other levels and connect them all inside of this fleshy death tumor
Oh nah, somebody better start flamethrowering it, like, down a little bit.
Network. Quote, "The teratoma is an entity unlike any other, an enigma standing out in a crowd of other terrifying creatures of make-believe. It is intelligent and well adapted to anything, really, and it'll continue to grow its intelligence and adaptability and size. We best hope it doesn't breach the walls of the nuclear plant it birthed itself in." The teratoma is literally one of the strangest phenomenons inside of the Backrooms. It's also one of the most terrifying things that I've come across in all my years of doing this. It's literally a living tumor parasite flesh monster that eats new.
Well, that's the thing, right? If it has this scary, creepy ability, that means that potentially, yeah, there might be other levels that it no-clipped its way into and just slowly started spreading, basically.
Nuclear radiation, and it all started when some poor guy fell down a crack with a skin stealer and got injected with all this nuclear stuff. But to be honest, that description kind of just sounds like a regular Tuesday here on the Brooklyn channel. 3 Mile as a level itself is off limits, and if you're stupid enough or dumb enough to ever want to go here, the only way you can is by going through a door on level 1, which kind of sucks because some newbie to the Backrooms might not know what it is, open the door, and then get in here, and they get eaten.
True, but don't most people, well, most people, when they go into level 0, there's supposed to be like a bunch of pamphlets left by Meg, right? Explaining like all the different levels in like script form or whatnot.
By the teratoma or die from radiation. There's also no listed exits other than finding the door that you came in. But like I said, if you came here, you're probably not going to survive. But now that you've heard the level, you know why it's so disturbing. You know why.
Yeah, at that point, if you can get in there from level 0, that kind of, or level 1, I should say, like that, like that's freaking like, that's a potential death sentence for any starting off wanderer.
Strange and never talked about, and I'm probably not gonna be able to sleep tonight, so you're welcome. That's it for the video. Thank you so much for watching. This was a crazy Backrooms level. Really enjoyed researching it, looking into it, and go read the page yourself. It's a crazy page, very well done, and I really love levels that are like this, and leave a like if you do too. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you for all the support on the new content that I've been uploading. Like I said, I've been trying to diversify content a little bit, and I really appreciate y'all sticking around with me through that. If you do want more content from me,
please do go and check him out. He has freaking amazing content. It's a lot of lore heavy stuff, and I freaking love it. I'm all about it. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link on Discord. And if you're watching on the VOD, it'll be down in the description below. Please go and show some support. Okay. So I'll tell you what, this is gonna be the first, okay. So for those who do not know or are unaware, and I haven't looked too much into it, because I wanted to, I didn't want too many spoilers. But from what I have been told, and has been explained to me in like certain like shorts and another stuff, and I've seen, this is basically like an alternate reality type of deal, like alternate history. And the way that alternate history horror works is basically, it's effectively like, it should follow the same exact history as the real world history that we have now, like in our universe. But at some point in time in history, something happens where things start to change or deviate. So at some point, maybe like George Bush lost the election and somebody else won. Bam, that's where this starts, it deviates and starts to like change off into a different history, or and because of this there's like alternate realities, there's alternate freaking like stories, there's creatures that exist, there's entities that exist that don't exist in our world. You get what I'm saying? So it's a little bit of paranormal stuff, a little bit of anomalous stuff, but also it exists inside, like all of the anomalies and the spookies exist inside of an alternate history reality. So for the most part, you can sort of anticipate everything in the world exists the same way it exists in our realm, in our reality, but with a few minor differences in history, maybe different presidents, maybe different, something happened that changed the course of history, whatever it is. You get the point. You'll see as we go, but I don't even know what this first one's about. It's just called Quarter Folk, the Monument Mythos. So I think these first couple of episodes are more introductive to like some of the lore of the Monument Mythos. So I don't know all the details yet. I guarantee you, I know for a fact that there's plenty of YouTube videos out there that explain the deeper history behind it. If you want it all sort of laid out for you, nice and simple. But we're just gonna sort of go into it the way that the creator, anticipated it. And even if like we don't get all the details, I still feel like we'll sort of get the spooky out of it. I think we'll get more spooky out of it than if we actually go in and so you know what I'm saying. Sometimes it's the monster that you know less about that's scarier than the monster you know everything about. All right, let's do it. In 2011, Riley Tillin uploaded 3 videos describing an unseen presence in his home. A 4th video in 2013 raised concerns over his safety and prompted an official investigation. Oh, so we're gonna see all 3 videos. Or all 4, I guess. Upload 1.
Many dimensions intersect with their own, several of which are 2D
Wait, what? The frick? I thought you said this was gonna be in his home.
planes. When 2 or more planes intersect, they form corners. Entities in the intersecting planes cannot perceive each other. They exist separately, in their own worlds. However, the corner folk can pass these boundaries and enter other planes. The corner folk are a trans-dimensional species. They are the only ones who can traverse the corners shaped by planes.
Oh! So, like, entities that could basically hop between realities? So basically he's saying like this would be our reality where we have all of our normal stuff, and then there's this reality where the Monument Mythos exists, but that there's entities that could potentially pass in between those two. The intersection here would be like whatever. I think Richard Nixon is a character in the Monument Mythos. If Richard Nixon was elected, during the election, that would be the where they crosses. And in one reality, he was elected. In another, he was never elected. You get what I'm saying? Like it would basically like that's the intersection.
Incidentally, I believe that the corners of my own home align with several planes, for I've seen the corner folk in action, crossing the corners from one reality to another.
Oh, frick! So it's actual physical corners as well? While making this video, I heard the corner folk and immediately got my camera. This is what I recorded. Alright. Was that a freaking jellyfish? What was that? Oh, okay, we gotta replay. That was at half speed?
This leap requires massive amounts of energy that, when released, produces bright blue flashes.
Oh, frick!
I have yet to discover the source of this energy, and the reason behind the cornerfolk crossings remains unknown.
So is there just massive amounts of energy there because it's a corner? Like the actual walls of the room intersect between dimensions?
While I was at work, my cameras captured
Oh hell no, bro! Why does that corner folk look like a freaking spooter?
up to 12 corner folk huddling in the doorway. I used to think that they had to cross dimensions quickly, but the new footage has proven otherwise. When I'm not around, they take a break from traveling and exhibit micro movements similar to dreaming animals. They must feel safe in these.
Oh, so then now they're just hanging out. Now these freaking little trans-dimensional entities are like just chilling in your house?
Which suggests that the corner folk's own home is made of similar structures.
The corner world.
I imagine that their corner world is made of many plane intersections, allowing them to move freely without using up any energy. My photographs show that smaller corner folk have odd impressions on their skin, as though they had been pressed against many plane intersections at once. The corners likely belong to a nursery or a crib in their homeworld. A multitude of corners placed in close proximity could be used to secure the infant from leaving the corner world. Perhaps they only cross corners in search of food, the same way we only leave our homes for resources.
But like, is that like on an interdimensional level, or is like actual physical corners of walls? I'm assuming he's talking about like interdimensional corners or whatnot, but for some reason his house specifically, his actual walls, his actual walls are intersections as well. For like, why?
The corner world may be used to raise young, while my own house's corners serve as rest stops of sorts during their journeys.
So like, the question is it because his house is like a high source of energy? Is that why that's happening?
I've begun to dream of the corner world. I can't stop thinking about it. According to the calendar, I've spent entire weeks in my home, just drawing and describing the corner world on paper. I lost my job last month due to repeated absences.
Maybe you should get out of the corner, bro. What the frick?
But it really does feel like I just left the office this afternoon. When the corner folk jump,
Wait, so to him, is he perceiving the world differently now because of this like anomaly happening in his house? Or is it just that he's like so obsessed with them? But okay, this is like the first thing that shows us that like in the monument mythos, like these entities exist. And apparently there's enough like energy here that they're able to cross through into our
it
reality.
feels as though they're taunting me. But I'm close to a solution. Regardless of whether my body survives the forces of the corner world or not, this much is certain. The fear of my own destruction will not prevent my entry.
I mean, to death. So he wants to get into that corner world, but I don't know. I feel like what is it like is he like obsessed with getting in there naturally, or is this like the corner creatures luring him into the nursery, you know, basically to feed the babies? You get what I'm saying? Like why is he so obsessed with getting into the corner world? Oh, so wait, so was he actually able to enter it? What happened to him? Like, did he just like get shredded into like? You get what I'm saying? Like, if it's like corners of like different universes, would that not mean that his body is being like basically shredded and like tiny little pieces and atoms of him are being sent to many different dimensions? This was a bad idea. Following his last upload, viewers requested a wellness check on Riley Tillin. Local authorities found Tillin asleep in one corner of his room, so he was able to get back out. A closer examination revealed that his internal organs had been folded along various axes, warranting immediate medical attention. Damn! His organs got folded? But that means that he had physical consequences to entering the corner realm, or the corner world. During his recovery, Tillin avidly made origami despite claiming he has never been taught how to do so. As of 2020, he remains in the care of his friends. Look, did they just implant the knowledge of shapes into his brain? That's freaking wild. That's insane. But this is just a cool little taste of what the lore of this world is. The world building. That's freaking awesome, dude. Manticore, that was a freaking solid video, bro. I loved it. Oh, it's some classic analog horror stuff, dude. Absolutely amazing. Please, everyone, go and drop him a like. Go drop him a sub. I'm gonna link the video on the Discord, and there will also be a link in the description below if you guys are watching on the VOD. Freaking cool, dude. I love it. I love it. I love it. And we're gonna jump right into another one. This one this is probably the one that I have seen the most about and that most people have shared with me. The Liberty Lurker. Okay, so as we all know, as we have just seen, obviously in the Monument Mythos, energy fields, let's call it, may exist, and entities like corner folks might even be able to use that energy to cross over into our realm. That's freaking wild. So let's see what this, what new lore this brings us. That's what we know. I'm just going to recapping from the last episode what we know, right? Let's get right into it. The Liberty Lurker, the Monument Mythos. Make sure y'all got your body pillows for the scaries, alright? It's gonna be super spooky. The following audio was an excerpt from the 1889 interview with the designer of the Statue of Liberty. The French guy? Frédéric Auguste Bartholdi. L'aspect le plus difficile de la construction est sur le pedestal. Did I get that right? Shout out to all my French people. I hope I didn't disappoint my French teacher. The most difficult aspect of the construction was the pedestal. I think I did that pretty good. Although the statue was intended to be a gift, the U.S. ambassador urged us to follow President Grant's requests. Oh? What kind of requests? He said, first things first, let's go ahead and coat it in some kind of oil to make sure that it doesn't rust, and turn all green, you know, like all those other copper statues that we've been making. Okay, so President Grant specifically asked for them to do something inside of the pedestal. We agreed, and each month we received various size requirements for the pedestal. For the pedestal? After 4 years, requests to change the size of the pedestal ceased. So what, like, did they build like a giant bunker? What have they got inside of there? Is that where all the monsters are? Or maybe it turns out that Fort Knox is actually a lie. There's like nothing at Fort Knox. All the gold is actually hidden inside of the Statue of Liberty. People wonder why the pedestal is so much taller than the lady. All I tell them is, that's the Americans. I don't know. You know, it's like, it's to be fair though, it's like how much expensive copper is to make a whole freaking statue. You can only make a statue so big, alright? So we kind of needed the pedestal to give it some height. In 1949, the statue underwent extensive renovations. The official blueprint behind the changes, titled STLI 1.8084, was classified for 36 years. Hey, I'm just gonna say this right now, alright? If anybody out there is watching, I absolutely am not, and nor have I ever been, in danger of wanting to self-unalive at any point in time in the last couple of years, nor in the future will I. So if the shadow government comes and takes me out, you already know what happened. It wasn't no accident. Oh, provide an entrance. Oh, so this is the renovation changes. Provide entrance for sustenance. Install engine to assist with eventual departure. Provide entrance. Wait, so they're gonna feed something, or feed a bunch of people. Wait, so do they got like a lab down there? Do they got like a lab where they're creating monsters? But an engine to assist with it, or like a nuke? Or do they got a nuke in there? A missile? Why do they need an engine? Oh, look at that. Yeah, maybe it's a freaking missile silo. Or something. I'm assuming this is like elevators or something. Oh no, it's like a huge engine. It's like a whole thing. To power something. An engine and an axle. What is that gonna do though? Oh, they also installed wheels. Bro, is the Statue of Liberty like just a tank or something? What are they like? Oh, and the entrance is there. Stairs. And a drain. For what? Waste storage? For, like nuclear waste or like what? During the summer of 1954, thousands of immigrants described a foul odor while passing through Ellis Island. Yuck. A foul odor. It smelled nasty. Are these like would these be like the Italian? Like there'd be like a lot of Italian, French, like a lot of different immigrants from all over the world actually around this time. Ellis Island was awful. The whole place reeked of flesh, like a slaughterhouse. There were also dead birds everywhere. My sister found one in the toilet.
E mia sorella ne trovò persino uno nel gabinetto.
Wait, how the frick do you find one in the toilet? What the frick, like in the public bathroom or something?
Se già la costa è così, diciamo.
If this is how the coast is, my father said, imagine how bad the cities smell.
Mio padre, immaginate quanto puzzeranno le città. Ricordo di aver sentito altre famiglie.
I remember hearing other families half-jokingly say that they wanted to return to Milan because of the smell. Okay, so they're from
Dire
Milan.
così scherzosamente che volessero tornare a Milano per via dell'odore. La mia famiglia
My family had sprayed perfume and burned candles to keep the stench away, but it would only work for an hour or so until the air became unbearable again.
aveva spruzzato profumo e acceso candele per tenere lontano il fetore, ma funzionava solo per un'ora o giù di lì, finché l'aria di...
Okay, so when they say waste, it's either poop or it's like decomposing bodies of some kind of like experiments that they're doing or something.
diventava di nuovo insopportabile. Le serate erano così calde.
The evenings were so hot, I stayed mostly awake, even though the rest of the family slept soundly.
Rimasi per lo più sveglia, anche se il resto della mia famiglia dormiva profondamente. Ricordo che guardavo fuori dalla finestra.
I remember looking out the window each night and seeing lines of people being led to the Liberty statue by officials. Lines of people?
Ogni notte e vedevo figli.
Are these like scientists and employees being led there? Or like random homeless people being, disappeared, basically?
Di persone che venivano condotte alla Statua della Libertà dai funzionari. Se solo fossero saliti.
After they would go into the pedestal, the officials would leave and nothing else would happen. Okay, so no, there's no way that these are like scientists, right, or employees. This has to be like a bunch of homeless people being disappeared.
Sul piedistallo. I
So probably the waste is like decomposed bodies.
funzionari se ne sarebbero andati e non sarebbe successo nient'altro. La mattina seguente però ci sarebbe stato un odore peggiore.
The following morning would smell so much worse, though, like a slaughterhouse. Okay, so they're either taking people, random people, either like, homeless immigrants, hobos, whoever the heck, especially back in those days, even freaking like, people, insane asylum people that they would, like, freaking the white vans with nurses coming out to freaking disappear you. They're taking people into the pedestal, potentially either experimenting on them or butchering them to disappear them, like the undesirables or whatnot, or like sacrifices, or like even mutating them into like creatures, or maybe they're just feeding them to a bunch of monsters.
Come un mattatoio.
The Ellis Island immigration station closed the following November. So they would have a pretty consistent, like, supply of immigrants that effectively have, like, nowhere, like, no family or no people to, like, get, like, basically do a wellness check on them. Oh! August 1985, the first sighting of the Liberty Lurker. So maybe they were feeding the Liberty Lurker, the creature. What does it look like? Oh, wait, that's what the wheels do? The freaking statue is moving. Is it gonna come out the top? How big is the Liberty? Oh, what was that? Hold on, go back. Frame by frame it. What is it, a freaking centipede? What is that? It's like a centipede or something. Oh, it's huge. It's a big old thing. Upon investigation, local authorities likened the waste storage compartment to a mass grave. That means, okay, so they were feeding it peoples, immigrants. But if it's a grave, so what, was it only eating certain parts? Or is it like, was it just tearing them to pieces and that was the excess? Or was it like pooping out people? Or both? Or all three, right? Really? If you have family members who were last seen at Ellis Island between the years 1949 and 1954, you may be entitled to compensation? Oh, hold on. So basically this is like official history in the mythos. So in this history, the Liberty Lurker was an actual known entity. Oh, that's horrifying. That's what it looked like though, but they didn't show us a full picture of it. Nah, see, that's that crazy analog horror, dude. That's that like, oh, hold on. That's that real old school. This is like real old school like analog horror, dude. Let me see that one more time. Oh, that's just creepy. Oh, that's just, you know what I mean? That just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, what? Oh, what the hell's about to come? What's about to get out of there? Like, why did they need so much space in the freaking in the pedestal? That's wild. What a phenomenal video. Another like, please go and drop Manticore a like. Go drop him a sub. Go drop him all that good stuff. Oh, let me drop a link. I'm gonna drop a link on the Discord. Please go drop him a sub. Go drop him a like. Drop a comment so the algorithm knows that you like the video too. And if you're watching on the VOD, a link is gonna be in the description below. Please go and give some support. We need more, especially right now that we're starting to get into the spooky season. We need more analog horror. We do. I like it. Okay, so next we got the Lincoln Looker. We're gonna get into that. Just give me a moment though. Give me like a cool 10, maybe 15 minutes. I'm gonna go take a quick little pee. And also, I'm probably gonna turn off the AC because it's a little freaking cold in here already. And I'll be back. We still got, I'm hoping, what is it? It's 9 o'clock right now. It's 9:12. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 11 more of these videos to go. They're not too long. Hopefully we can get through all of them. And then maybe next stream we'll do the Vita Carnage stuff. But let's I want to at least get through the Monument Mythos stuff today. And like I said, what I have here is only like half of all the Monument. So we're gonna save the rest, like more of it, for next stream too. But at the very least, like, I want to get a good foot in this. This is freaking awesome, dude. I love this so much already. Oh, that is amazing. Alright, give me a moment. I'll be right back, Monos. Ah, damn, I came back at the worst time. This is like a really good song. Alright, cool, perfect sync is still working. Boop, 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 boop. This is a short song, so I'm gonna let it play out while I just give my doggos a little treat, okay? I love that little, like, reverse freaking, like, rewind thing. Ooh. It's like when you put, like, that little, like, rewind thing is, like, really cool. It, like, reminds me of, like, when you put, like, a spooky video in reverse. And it's, like, super scary. Ooh, it's so cool. Alright. I gave them a cool little bully stick and some biscuits. They should be cool. They got all the waters they need. Chill! But they got all the waters they need. Their food bowls are also full, so they're gonna be fine. Not too full, though, because it's nighttime. Alright, cool. Let's get back into it, Munners! Alright, let's go. Lincoln Looker by Manticore, the Monument Mythos. Okay, so far, there's, some kind of monster called the Liberty Lurker inside the, freaking, what do you even call it? The Statue of Liberty's pedestal? Right, that pedestal, that's what the words. And also, there's some kind of creature called the corner people? Corner folk, there we go, corner folk. That apparently, in at least one individual person's house, there was enough, like, energies. Hey, baby. Ooh, biscuit for you, too. I didn't forget about you. So there's at least enough energy for, like, for those creatures to be able to, like, enter and pass into our world. So now, I don't know what's the deal with this Lincoln Lookers. So, like, but so far, we got something living in the Statue of Liberty pedestal. What you gonna do with Lincoln, though? I like Lincoln. He's cool.
I was a Lincoln Looker.
Hold on, what? A former Lincoln Looker? What does that mean? I was a former Lincoln Looker for 2 weeks. What's a Lincoln Looker?
For 2 weeks. It was terrifying. One moment you're at home answering the door, and the next you're stuck in some kind of suit. The smell was awful in there, and the metal seat was so cold.
You're inside a suit? Like an Abraham Lincoln suit? What do you mean about a metal seat?
The only thing you can do is look through two little holes. It was some kind of mask, and whenever the sun shined near it, I could see the inside of it. It was a
So was she stuck inside of like a mascot? Like costume?
familiar face. Every few nights, straws would be put through the holes, and someone would feed me some weird soup. After 2 weeks, they found out that they had missed.
Hold on. Whoa.
Every few nights, straws would be put through the holes, and someone would feed me some weird soup.
What? So they stuck her inside of like what? I'm assuming an Abraham Lincoln, like mascot outfit, and they fed her a weird soup. So what is it? Is this like a weird ritual or something?
After 2 weeks, they found out that they had misidentified me, and I wasn't the correct Lincoln looker. Reagan apologized to me personally, and I was released with some monetary compensation.
Oh, hold on. So freaking Reagan himself, like, apologized to her personally for this? Is this like some kind of like presidential cult type of deal? They put her inside of like a mascot outfit or something like that, and like a metal seat. So they put her inside of a mascot outfit, stuck her in a chair with a metal seat, and then like would feed her weird soup through the holes of the mascot outfit. That's like that whole like weird situation with Hillary Clinton going to like the owl freaking like rituals over there in the freaking mountains, right? That's crazy.
They don't care if I talk about it or not. No one would take me seriously. Lincoln looking is just too absurd.
Well, you don't say. Oh, that's the mask? Okay, so you're supposed to look like Lincoln. So, but even Reagan himself was involved with it. So this is like something that the freaking president is doing or is aware of. In the Monument Mythos. Oh wait, hold up. You know what? That probably added to the scariness, but my apologies. I had the double audio going on, didn't I? My bad.
That we dislike more than everyone else. Not usually famous or important, but
in case you were wondering, no, that was not supposed to have double audio. That was probably a trip and a half, but my bad.
we've done something that's affected us personally. There's always that someone that we dislike more than everyone else. Not usually famous or important, but we've done something that's affected us personally.
You should see to nowadays, a lot of people really freaking hate Trump. Like a lot. Some things, for good reasons, some for not so good reasons, but a lot of people, he's a controversial fool right now,
Often you're the only person who remembers this act. But I've been that bad, but memory hurts. Everyone experiences this, and the president is no exception. Except he can do something about it. Every president can choose one person to be a Lincoln looker.
The president chooses to be a Lincoln looker? And he's a former senior advisor. What did he advise for, though? For who?
After the alibi is fabricated, the person is abducted from their home, and they stay a Lincoln looker for as long as the president sits in office.
Wait, what? They stay as a Lincoln looker for as long as the president sits in office. So hold on. So that lady stayed in a chair with a metal seat, being fed a weird soup through the Lincoln mask for 2 weeks. Theoretically, they would do this to a random person, come up with an alibi, and just have them stay there for like the 4-year term?
Nobody can question his decision.
8 years if they run for a second term, or would it be like another person if it's another election?
And it's no trial. You might be surprised, but it's nothing new. It's been a tradition.
And so, assumedly, because he mentioned it at the very beginning, it's always that one person you hate the most. So the president could just pick the person and just be like, I don't like this guy. I don't like this person.
Lincoln Lookers have been around for a very long time.
Due to rumors that Lincoln Lookers were imprisoned behind presidential portraits, White House officials publicly removed and reinstalled the portraits to demonstrate that no space existed to hold Lincoln Lookers. Well, that just means they're not behind the portraits. I don't mean that there's no Lincoln Lookers. Portrait 1. Wall behind portrait 1. Portrait 2. Wall behind portrait 2. Was there something I missed there? I don't know why. It really showed us a picture of the wall behind it? Okay. Trust us. Totally nothing there. See? I showed you this picture.
We're not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Hey, Eunice. It's Howard. I don't know what I just saw. I was at the top of the steps, reading the inscriptions and talking to visitors, when I started to hear a faint scratching sound. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I got close to the chair, I realized that the scratching was coming from inside the marble. So I went to a guard and asked whether she could do anything about animals that could be trapped in there. She told me not to.
Behind the marble. Is like what does marble usually do? Like, is that like a marble wall? Oh, babies, hey, you this one, no fighting. I'm gonna take this one away because you guys are fighting over it. No, babies. You will take this one. Okay, now you stay here with me. Yeah, you chill here with me. Yeah. Because then you guys fight. No fighting. Big Dog is like starting to get like real antsy or real like, I don't know, dominant or whatnot. And he's like he specifically likes to go after the little guy's treats, and I gotta make sure he stops that bad habit. No, be it though.
Worry about it.
Eat that one.
That
That's
they
your
take
treat.
care of it once
Leave him
there
alone.
were fewer visitors. A few minutes passed, and the scratching became much louder. I went back to the guard and asked what kind of animals usually got stuck in there, and she said, wild animals.
Wild animals? No, stop. But then, like, what marble? The only thing I can think of is the president, like there's like marble pillars, but like, I guess is there marble walls at the president? I guess I haven't really thought about I haven't really looked at pictures of the inside of the White House really. I don't know. It's never something I really like went out of my way to look at. You know.
The sound started to make visitors anxious. I remember one boy pulling so hard at his mother's hand, begging to leave. A blind girl with one of those canes went up to the chair and pressed her head against it to listen. Then she started crying. Her parents tried to pull her away, but she just began to hit the chair with her cane. That's when the guards asked everyone to go back down the steps.
Oh, hold on. The chair, as in the chair of the Lincoln Memorial. I'm stupid. Okay, hold on. So they're saying that there's somebody inside the chair. There's like somebody stuck inside the chair, a Lincoln Looker stuck inside the chair of the Lincoln Memorial.
I don't know why, and it's going to sound crazy, but I felt compelled to help. So I went to the blind girl and joined her in hitting the marble. The guards tried to pin us down, but the scratching became too loud for even them. It sounded like someone was shaving down a chalkboard. Eventually the marble began to crack, and a few more hits caused the crevice to expand.
So whoever was in there was actually like trying to scratch their way out.
And all the way to the top of the chair. There was a sudden burst of air from the damage, and the head suddenly turned toward us. I was afraid it would fall, so I picked the girl up and went down a few steps.
Wait, what do you mean the head suddenly turned towards us? The head of the statue?
The head slowly rotated back into place, and when it started to be pushed upwards, I took out my camera. It was no wild animal.
Hold up! What? Oh nah! What was that now? Wait. So there's definitely. So first of all, they got in trouble. They got in trouble for having Lincoln lookers before. So they said they stopped that practice and even like went through the whole charade of like showing that there's no more Lincoln lookers like spaces behind the pictures. But then something happened and some Lincoln looker that was inside the freaking chair of the Lincoln Memorial was trying to break free. But was it a Lincoln looker or what? Or what the hell is that? What is this? No, what even is that? The other one looked like the one that was coming out of the freaking Liberty. The Statue of Liberty looked like a centipede. This one's like a like. What even is that? It's like a horn? No, or like a worm? A stick? What? Could that be like a finger? No, I don't even know. It looks like a pointy bit of something. It's either a horn or I don't know. I don't know what it could be. But hold on. So wait, so if it's inside, would it be that like whatever like was that thing what was making the noises or the scratches? Was that was that something that was like? Is that what happens to someone who goes through the process of being a Lincoln looker? Like, if they keep feeding you the weird soup, do you eventually turn into whatever that is? Whatever worm or whatever the freak creature that was? You know what I mean? Like, if that lady, if they kept... You know what I haven't checked, too, just to make sure? I haven't checked the descriptions of these. Okay, so basically... What I have to assume here is... What I have to assume here is that they take somebody, put the Lincoln mask on them, stick them inside of the chair of the Lincoln Memorial, and then keep feeding them that soup. And what? That's how they emerge? Is that how like what they become? But then it also said, what did it say? It said that the head snapped back into... The head slowly rotated back into place. Okay, so but this is after that.
I took out my camera. It was no wild animal.
So they were trying to rescue whoever was in there, but whatever that thing was in there, it like twisted the head, and and then like moved it away. Okay. I'm just wondering whether the head was designed to move out of the way, but it sounds like it like twisted the head off and then pushed it aside. So I'm assuming that's what ultimately happens from feeding people that like weird soup. That's nasty. That's weird. I freaking love that though. That's creepy as hell. Absolutely freaking phenomenal video. As always, go drop Manticore a like, go drop him a sub. Please, links are gonna be in the description if you're on the VOD. It's also in the Discord, as always. Freaking amazing, dude. Freaking loved it. Oh, this is cool. I fell in love with this so much, like, so much more than I thought I would. They're really short, too. They're not, like, too crazy, but I freaking love it. Rushmore Revenge. Oh, let's go. Now it's something going on with Mount Rushmore? Let me check this. Archivist's note. Perpetrators of the Rushmore Revenge incident remain at large. What does that mean? What does that mean? Let's find out. August 7th, 2003. Oh, so now this is more recent in the alternate history. The National Park Service finds the Mount Rushmore National Memorial vandalized. So theoretically, this would be after after everything. So maybe the government tried to cover it up at this point, right? But this would be after people were compensated for having, you know, their family members fed to the Liberty Lurker, and the event over at the Lincoln Memorial, the Lincoln Looker, happened. But that seemed like they were definitely more trying to keep it all under wraps and more hidden than like the Liberty Lurker specifically. So potentially the reason why people are like doing this might even be specifically like as a revenge. So like, or not revenge, I guess revenge, right? Because it's literally called the freaking Rushmore Revenge. But as a way of like, you know, trying to rebel against the government. The National Park Service finds of Mount Rushmore vandalized. It says mass murder, national monument. Okay. I can't read most of it. Oh, nice. Okay. The U.S. government can fund mass murder. The U.S. government. Oh, thank you for the freaking. Thank you for the subtitles. The U.S. government can fund mass murder if it's labeled as a national monument. Every day, executions occur in 2,600 American landmarks. Okay. So this is directly saying that 2,600 people, so potentially they're still feeding the Liberty Lurker, and potentially... I'm trying to think, but like what, in the... I don't know if they would be feeding... Like what's in the strange soup? What's in the strange soup that they're feeding the freaking Liberty Looker? And like, what if there's more like stuff that we don't know about? The blood of Liberty will be avenged. The blood of Liberty, like the blood of the blood inside the Statue of Liberty. Is that what they're saying? From all the people that were fed to the Liberty Lurker? The souls of Lincoln will be freed. Of the Lincoln Lurkers? I'm assuming of the Lincoln Lurkers. More messages are found on Mount Rushmore on August 14th. So 3 days later. I will introduce infection next week, Monday through Sunday, 10:12, 10:13 p.m. Watch the symptoms. Okay. And then, due to security concerns, the National Park Service assigns patrols for the next 7 nights. So whoever this is, they're basically threatening to do some kind of like a what would you call that? Biological warfare. Introduce some kind of a disease. The patrols are told to videotape all anomalies from 10:12 to 10:13 p.m. Oh, so this is them recording Mount Rushmore at that time. Is there an anomaly? Y'all see something I'm not seeing? What is it? This? What is that? What's that do? What is this? Or is there like something on top? I don't get. Let me turn this a little bit. Okay, hold on. Alright, maybe I can see a little bit better like this. Oh, there's like a flat. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Wait. There's the flashing light. Hold on. Do y'all see any flashing lights on Monday? Hold on. I don't know if I saw a flashing light or not. Oh wait, hold up! Did something just crash land? Y'all saw that, right? How did I miss that the first time? Something crash landed. Yup, there it is. Something from freaking outer space crash landed. I will introduce infection. Is this some kind of an alien attack? Or is that like a missile? Or not an alien attack, right? I know. Maybe I wanted to go directly to aliens, but is that like a missile? Is it like a missile bringing a biological weapon? That was a crash landing of something, or a missile, something hit. And this time there's like flashing lights. Is that Morse code? Anyone knows how to read Morse code? Can somebody translate that? Well, hold on. So all of these events happen at the exact same time? Every night. They all look weird, don't they? Is someone up there? Why do the freaking like their faces look all weird? Is it like rotting away or like aciding away? Who's up there? What you doing up there? Get down! I'm like hearing a bunch of weird noises, like too. Hold on! Were those tentacles? What is that? We're gonna frame by frame this. It's like tentacles or antenna. It's like 2 tentacles or 2 antenna, something. There's something there. Oh, stupid, remove lens cap. He freaking left the lens cap on. So we have audio but no video because he freaking forgot to remove the lens cap. Why would you even have a lens cap? At a certain point, just freaking forget the lens cap. Oh, okay. Not a tentacle. Not a tentacle. Some kind of fungus or tree or plant life or something. What the frick? And it's like taking over the monument. Mount Rushmore smells just like baby powder nowadays. I think it comes from the stuff that the workers put on the heads. Yeah, I see them do it all the time. They go from Washington to Lincoln every night powdering it like a baby. They introduce some kind of like a freaking like some kind of fungus or some kind of like parasite. And then what, do they have to like, keep putting some kind of like powder to stop it from spreading? That's crazy! Hannah Elroy, local photographer. Yeah, so somebody or something introduced some kind of fungal infection onto the heads of the Mount Rushmore heads, and it like grew it's like growing some kind of spore or some kind of fungus or something. They must have cut it down and they're like putting a powder to like keep it from spreading or from growing again. Like salting, like salting the air, so to speak. Oh, that's crazy cool though. That's a cool one. That was like not even specifically like the government is evil or anything. That was just like creepy. I love it. That was awesome. That was creepy. That was just like a cool little creepiness, you know? Ah, that one got me. That one cool. I like that one a lot. I think this is probably one of my more favorite ones. Especially since we actually get to see like we actually got to see the freaking like fungus or the whatever the infection is. Oh, that is wicked. And yeah, it's like not only is it infecting, but it even like covered the faces and like mutilated the faces basically. So they probably had to chisel the faces back on. That was insane. I love it. Absolutely go and drop him a like, go drop him a sub. Manticore, another freaking phenomenal video. Absolutely loved it. It's freaking amazing. I love these things so much. Oh, they're all so creepy too. Love it, love it, love it. Now this one was nice because it didn't necessarily like kind of like the other ones were kind of like more like the government's doing creepy stuff. This one's like, okay, now somebody explicitly don't like the government and is either fighting back or something from like I don't know, did that as some kind of revenge or some kind of like, because it seems like it was for revenge. Just wondering who, Crazy. Crazy. So not only is there like the secret shadow government, but there's also like a shadow organization that's like opposed to them too now. And they kind of have some weird powers too. I love it. I love it. Go and check it out, Monos. Absolutely phenomenal. We're gonna move on to the Alcatraz attack, the Monument's Mythos. So now we know that there's like, besides the shadow government that's been feeding the Liberty Lurker and has been like keeping Lincoln lookers trapped inside of the Lincoln Memorial. Now that we know now that we know that those like the shadow government's been like doing stuff like that, there's also a shadow organization that's opposing them specifically in this alternate like history. Alcatraz attack the Monument Mythos. Okay, so this one's got to do with Alcatraz, one of the coolest Call of Duty Zombies maps of all time. "2 days before therapy." Whose therapy? Or is it 2 days before I need therapy? I mean, shoot, if it's Alcatraz, you know what's funny? I live here in California, and I have not gone to visit Alcatraz Island. I'll be so down to do that if ever in the future I ever go do like a ghost hunting thing. That'd be sick. Okay, so this is like more of an educational video for like people that are, I'm assuming, gonna go work at Alcatraz Island. And I think it is just a freaking like boat ride over to Alcatraz Island. I don't even know if you're allowed to go there anymore. I've heard that a lot of it's like falling apart now. They got a morgue, a stockade, yard. Okay, okay. Pretty standard stuff so far. What's a detector shed? What do you need a detector shed for? What does that do? What's that for? What is it detecting? Main prison. Okay, all right. So what are these symbols here? It's like a hook, like a sickle looking thing. That's a fire or something. I don't know. It's like fire. And it's some kind of a weird freaking symbol. What is that? It's like an R? It's either an R or like a... Yeah, it's like an R. Looks like an R. Kinda, but like with a, like an extra stick. Ruins? Ruins of what? Ruins of what? Tennis courts? No, the ruins of what? Ruins of like an ancient civilization? Ruins of a... No. What is that? What is that now? Don't just cut out. Hold on. Let me see this. The hell is that? Is that a maze? Is that a... What is that? More ruins? What? Alcatraz Island 1 day before therapy. What do you mean? What's the therapy? Alcatrazosis? Okay, now the frickin' shapes are frickin' moving in the circle of the main prison. What is that, corner people? Is that corner folk? What is that? Hold on, so now there's two of them? Hold on. What, so the corner folk, or whatever the hell that is, separated the symbols in the main prison to two... What the frick is that? What does that mean? What does any of that mean? What are they doing? What are they even doing? What is Alcatrazosis? What is that? What was that, like a ritual or something? Are they like sacrifice? Are they doing like a sacrificial ritual, like a demonic ritual with the prisoners there, or what the frick? Radiation therapy, number 1. Oh, hold up! Wait, are they radiating? Are they irradiating the island? Hold on, so they're irradiating the island with... They're giving the whole island a radiation therapy. Why? Projected movement? Hold on. So alkatization, it looks like it's some kind of ritual, some kind of sacrifice, some kind of, something going on inside the main prison, right? But then they also irradiated the island. Why? Why did they need to irradiate the island? There's ruins and some kind of... There was something weird looking. 1950, 1960. Hold up, is the whole freaking Alcatraz Island moving? Is that what they're saying? Bro, you better not tell me Alcatraz Island is a freaking creature itself. What's all that then? Is it moving into the mainland? What, and then it would flood? It would flood all of California? Hold on, so they're saying that... What, with more and more... If they keep feeding the island radiation, it will continue to grow and grow and grow, pushing towards the mainland, and eventually flood California. Because it keeps growing. So what, is Alcatraz Island alive? Is it a creature? Is it a monster? What is it? So that's what, so it's a living creature. What, are they feeding it radiation like Godzilla? Are they actually feeding the creature like radiation to make it grow bigger? Or are they giving it radiation therapy in hopes of containing it and like stopping it from growing? One day after therapy. Oh, hell no! It's freaking moving faster now! As of 2020, the Alcatraz zone extends to West Texas. Okay, so basically what you're telling me is that in this alternate history, I would have been dead already. Alcatraz Island would have consumed me and all of my family. Oh, hell nah, bro. We would have been ate up by Alcatraz. Alcatraz attack. So actual Alcatraz Island is a monster or a creature. I'm assuming they tried to hit it with radiation, either to feed it or to try to contain it or stop it, and instead they pissed it off. And it effectively attacked. It attacked and it took over the entirety of the of like the West Coast. All the way to Texas. Damn. So Alcatraz is an actual like creature. And if it says there's ruins, maybe other like ancient people lived on top of this creature in the past. That's freaking wild. So Alcatraz Island is a freaking monster. It's an actual creature. That's freaking insane, dude! The 2003 Alcatraz attacks continues to baffle the scientific community. God damn it, it's a prison cell. Just take a left at the endoplasmic reticulum to reach the tennis courts. Oh, great. What the frick is that? What even is that? Man, don't you love it when you're minding your own business and then over the years Alcatraz prison pulls up on the coast and decimates the entire city? Okay, so it seems like everybody's in agreement here. Freaking Alcatraz is like a monster. It's an entity, and it like went and just consumed the West Coast. Were they trying to stop? Was the government trying to stop it by hitting it with radiation? Or were they trying to, like, help it, feed it? That's crazy, bro. I love it. Another freaking phenomenal video by Manticore. Please, 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 go and drop him a like. Go drop him a sub. What a freaking phenomenal video, dude. I freaking love all of this so far. Every single one is hitting, dude. Left and right, left and right. Let's go. This is exactly the kind of analog horror I was after, bro. Oh, I haven't had a high like this in a minute. Oh, and of course, before I forget, please, go drop him a like, go drop him a sub, go drop him all that good stuff. There is a link in the description down below if you're watching the VODs, and it's on the Discord. Please, please, please go and check them out. Alright, we're gonna move on. Oh, Air Force One Angel. Oh, it's gonna get crazy. Okay, I'm gonna read the description because so far. Alright, hold on. That sounded like a spoiler. I read the first sentence and it sounded like a spoiler. I'm not gonna. Alright, we're gonna save that until the end. Don't read the description until the end. Lesson learned. Let's get right into it, Monodachis. Air Force One Angels by Manticore. The Monument Mythos. So far, this has been insane. So, it's not like there's like a specific, there is like an overarching story, so to speak, but there's not like a through line in between each episode quite yet. But it's more like each episode sort of like grants you like just a little bit of lore or a little bit of like history about this alternate universe, this alternate US history. And at this point, Alcatraz Island has attacked the West Coast. The Rushmore Monument has spores growing out of it because of some kind of attack. The Lincoln Looker has been exposed, but I'm not sure like if that's like something that necessarily the public is made aware of yet, or if that's like something that they had to like keep under wraps. And then, of course, you know, people are aware of the Liberty Lurker as well at this point. I kind of wondering how much more there is to the Liberty Lurker. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I should have gone back and read the description. Who knows? Alright, so I was about to start reading the freaking description again. Alright, no, we'll read it after, at the end. Air Force One Angel. Now, is this a code name, or is this like the president saw an angel while flying out the on Air Force One? Because Air Force One, for those who don't know, is like Air Force One is the name of the plane that the president like flies on, right? The jet. On August 17, 2003, Air Force One made an unannounced trip across the continental United States. Okay. So unannounced. So theoretically, nobody should know about this except for the need-to-know people. Many civilians claim to have seen the aircraft drop packages on various national monuments. In 2003? And it dropped packages on various national monuments. Why? What was it dropping off? And could it be related to whatever was like dropped off at the Rushmore incident? I doubt it, right? Because I mean, unless the frickin' plane was hijacked. Is that Alcatraz? What is that? What is that? Is that Alcatraz? Is that Alcatraz like attacking the West Coast at this point? Nah, son, you gotta explain what that is. It looks like a horseshoe. What is that doing there? Why is that there? Okay, so it visited there, potentially dropped off a package. Does it? I don't see like a package or anything. Oh no! Wait, yeah, okay, but that's Rushmore though. So maybe they did drop. Maybe they are the ones that dropped the package at Rushmore. Did they drop the fungus that like grew? Okay, then they went to the Golden Gate Bridge. What's that on top of the Golden Gate Bridge? There's something up there. So potentially Air Force One dropped off the spores package, or the whatever that infection was, then did something over here. So maybe they also what dropped off something. Maybe they also dropped off something to radiate whatever that is. Maybe at Alcatraz Island. There you go. Okay, hold on. Yes, so they visited Alcatraz Island. Or well, the Golden Gate Bridge. They visited the Golden Gate Bridge, dropped something off, whatever that is, potentially had something to do with Alcatraz Island. And as you can see, Alcatraz Island begins its attack and starts to flood all of California. And it should flood all of California all the way to Texas. Then it makes another pit stop over the Statue of Liberty. Wait, but is the Statue of Liberty even there anymore? It looks like it's gone. Did the Liberty Lurker, like, break out of it already? Did the Liberty Lurker, like, break out of the Statue of Liberty and just, they never fixed it, or what? What package did it drop off here, though? Or maybe that is the Statue of Liberty, but what, I don't see... Well, we know it's at the Statue of Liberty. What was it dropping off? And I guess when they say it dropped off a package, are they saying that, like, it flew, touched down, delivered a package, and then left again? Or is it more like kind of like how, like, the cartels would drop cocaine packages and just sort of, like, let it drop, you know what I'm saying? Hold up, now what is that? What's going on here now? Is the Liberty Lurker attacking now too? So hold on, we got Alcatraz Island flooding all of the West Coast. We have whatever's happening at Mount Rushmore spreading. And now we have the Liberty Lurker potentially attacking everything in the East Coast. And what, this was all done by Air Force One? Who is that? Is that a leg? What is that? The White House officials later disclosed that the unusual flight of Air Force One was unauthorized and unmanned. So did this creature cause all of that? So something, they're calling this creature the Air Force One Angel, and it flew across the US, potentially dropped off the spore package at Mount Rushmore, flew over to Alcatraz Island, possibly caused the attack on the West Coast, and then also did something over at the Statue of Liberty. So potentially that, like, I don't even know what happened there. Like, what did the Liberty Lurker, like, get released again? What happened the first time around? Yeah, the lone figure seen inside the plane dubbed the Air Force One Angel has yet to be identified by federal authorities. Okay, but this is by far, like, so we know for a fact that all three of these major events were very, very much so interlinked by whatever this Air Force One Angel did. Now, is this thing an alien? Is this thing some kind of entity, like, created by the government? Is this the thing that left the messages on Mount Rushmore? In which case, is it some kind of, like, entity that's, like, trying to get revenge for all the people that, like, are being sacrificed constantly, or what? Because like potentially a lot of like like the like feeding immigrants to the Liberty Lurker, taking your worst enemy and forcing them to become a Lincoln Looker. That all seems pretty freaking satanic, right? So is this supposed to be like the Air Force One Angel is kind of like the entity in charge of bringing them retribution? Is that why it's like it infected Mount Rushmore with like spores of some kind? It caused Alcatraz to attack the West Coast. Like it's like it's basically trying to say like I'm gonna destroy everything that you built, kind of deal, including the Liberty Lurker. Like what's going on now? This is getting way crazier, and this is like probably the shortest one. This like is giving us like the most freaking insane lore. Hold on now. I gotta let me read the description. What's it say? First of all, we're dropping a like, and please go do the same. It remains a mystery how the Angel bypassed the anti-burglar doors of Air Force One. The doors' jagged sides and sophisticated lock mechanisms were designed to ensure that no Slim Jim would be effective. Peculiar distortions in the plastic doorway of the main entrance were attributed to the Angel. Peculiar distortions in the plastic doorway. So it warped the door. Nearly all existing photographs and videos of the Angel were taken at stops Air Force One made during its flight. Air Force One was successfully shot down when it re-entered the restricted airspace of Washington, D.C. Oh, so they freaking took it down. So they took it down. It would have potentially continued. It would have potentially continued to wreak havoc across the U.S. if it wasn't taken down. I just realized something. The infection that hit Mount Rushmore was dropped by air. The infection was motivated by revenge. Air Force One flew over Mount Rushmore. So the Air Force One Angel is an avenging angel. Yeah, but is it like a conglomerate? But like, what is it? Who is it? Is it actually an angel that's just like, trying to destroy like everything because of all like the sacrifices and all the like the satanic rituals that they were doing? The Statue of Liberty was missing from its pedestal. Yeah, because I think the Liberty Lurker was released. Nah, this is crazy. This one is by far the most lore-heavy one. It's like the shortest one, dude. I freaking love it. Please, go and drop him a like. Go drop him a sub. Go drop him all that good stuff. Freaking amazing, dude. That one's freaking sick! So now we have this new entity that potentially is trying to seek revenge on behalf of all the people that were sacrificed. All the people that were... I don't even know if was it a sacrifice or was it just them feeding the creature human flesh? Like, why didn't they feed it animals, Or is it because it needs to feed on, like, stuff like that? On, like, human souls and stuff, Freaking wild. Alright. The next one's gonna be even more wild. Let's move on, Monodachis, to the next one. The next, Monument Mythos. This one's gonna be kind of wild. Dean Democracy. The Monument Myth. Alright, this is a bit of a long... This was 8 minutes. Let's see. A look back at America's 37th president. So now you have to remember that technically this is an alternate history. Sorry, I got popcorn. I'm gonna freaking open this up. I brought some popcorn now. Dean Democracy. So this is a different president than what we had for our 37th president.
During a program of ABC Evening News, anchor Peter Jennings told viewers to look forward to next week for a special broadcast of national significance. Jennings would continue to remind viewers of the special broadcast over the next 7 nights, even referring to it at one point as the most unprecedented announcement in recent history. A week after its first mention, Jennings reminded viewers of the special broadcast one last time, asking them to pay attention later that night for an exclusive look at the greatest gift to the American people.
Oh, hell nah, bro. I don't trust that at all. The greatest gift to the American people. I'm just saying, didn't at some point, like officially, didn't the FBI like drop a bunch of chemicals on top of people in New York for like a cool minute? Like actual real history, like not even like BSing?
Due to the anticipation built over the week, over 60 million Americans tuned into ABC, waiting for the evening news to end and for the special broadcast to begin. There were countless theories as to what would occur, from the announcement of alien life to the declaration of an all-out nuclear war. Speculation was brewing intensely.
Nah, but what if it's like a mind control thing, bro? You gotta be careful.
Once the evening news program ended, a black screen with a 10-second countdown commenced with the title Dean Democracy. Some viewers, so terrified of the threat of nuclear war, reportedly experienced nervous breakdowns and ran down the street, declaring that Dean Democracy was the code name for an all-out nuclear holocaust.
Yeah, okay, then. So they were losing their marbles. Yeah, maybe be a little bit less mysterious with your announcements.
Yet once the countdown ended, all fears were soon replaced with tears of joy and an excitement not seen since the end of World War II.
Tears of joy and excitement. Why?
What are we waiting
Vietnam?
for? Let's bring them back home.
Dean for president!
In the seconds following James Dean's presidential announcement, hundreds of thousands of neighborhoods erupted into celebration.
Wait, so James Dean runs for presidency on like a campaign of bringing people back home from Vietnam? Okay.
Although other candidates had promised to end the Vietnam War, none had so accurately expressed the same anger that they had felt, which Dean had perfectly conveyed in a 15-second broadcast. Due to popular demand, the ABC Evening News...
I can't even say it's like unrealistic or like fiction, because we freaking put we put Trump as a president. Like that's also a TV celebrity, you know what I'm saying? Like, but so
News was canceled the next night,
fair's fair.
replaced by a 30-minute loop of James Dean's presidential announcement. The broadcast was watched again by over 38 million Americans, and the parties continued for the rest of the week.
So they were on board all the way.
Due to repeated assassination attempts on Robert Kennedy, the Democratic Party presidential debates were canceled for the 1968 election season. However, this proved to be no issue for Dean.
Is that a change? Was that a real thing that happened? Like, was there actually was that cancellation a real thing that happened in real history because of all the threats? I actually don't know.
As polls indicated that he was in the lead for the entirety of 1967 and 1968.
Oh, and he defeats Nixon!
Despite having had fewer public appearances and rallies than any other candidate. The strength of his campaign relied on the powerful advertisements he directed that would air every Friday evening on ABC. The series of programs would be considered by many as another weekly TV series and went on to become the highest-rated TV show on television after the conclusion of Star Trek in 1967.
You also have to think about it. So at this point, I wonder. So are people aware of the Liberty Lurker? Like, have they already been compensated for that? And did they already get angry at the White House for all the for the Lincoln Lookers? Like that whole conspiracy behind the portraits.
Although a presidential debate was eventually scheduled 2 weeks before the election, James Dean instead invited opponent Richard Nixon to a track to race cars on the same night. Although reluctant at first, Nixon eventually agreed and went to spend the entire day with Dean, reportedly even telling the actor, "To hell with it, I'm voting for you. You're already a better president than I'll ever be." This statement,
Okay. So in this universe, he kind of just won over the competition? Is that
although
what you're
only
saying?
a rumor, would spread like
Hold up, what? Why? Nah, son. Now I'm starting to. Is this actually the real James Dean? I mean, no. I mean, of course, right? This is like the. But I mean, like, is this James Dean or is this another entity, like the Air Force One angel? You get what I'm saying? Like, how is he able to like win over all the people with his propaganda, so to speak? Like, is it mind control? Like, he even spends a day with his opponent, and Nixon like wants to vote for him.
wildfire in tabloids and permanently curbed Nixon's chance for victory. On the morning of November 1st, 1968, 4 days before Election Day, anti-Dean groups hijacked radio channels and told civilians they were fed up with James Dean and that television was ruining American youth. After the broadcast, the groups went on to cut hundreds of power lines in the southeast, effectively preventing any of Dean's presidential ads from reaching any household below Tennessee. Dean
Interesting. Here's the thing, though, right? Like, you would, if you think about it, it's like logically, okay, like that's fine. You cut off the TV. Like, you know what I'm saying? You like James Dean could still send pamphlets out, go and have like town hall meetings, give speeches, stuff like that. But like, is it specifically because the TVs are being used for mind control?
quickly heard of the incident and, despite the risk of an assassination, flew down to the south and quickly went to work with local electricians to repair the broken power lines. James
See, that's why. See, why? If you went down there, but not to give a speech, and not to give like a thing, he went there to fix the power lines to get the TVs back up. Why specifically the TVs? Like, why did he
met with a supportive crowd, primarily younger voters who were eager to see a younger face back in the White House. Elderly white conservatives, often the parents of the younger supporters, remained in their houses and occasionally peered through their window blinds to catch a glimpse of the handsome candidate. Although it wasn't known to Dean at the time, hate groups in the South had perpetuated the idea that he was Satan in disguise, and
Oh. To be fair though, isn't like that like isn't everything, right? Like Pokemon was also Satan, Yu-Gi-Oh was Satan, Labubus are Satan, Jurassic Park was Satan, Godzilla was Satan. I'm trying to think about what else was Satan. There's a lot of things that are Satan, honestly. The freaking Dora the Explorer was also a Satan for a cool minute there. SpongeBob was satanic. I mean, Cow and Chicken obviously was satanic, but like it was kind of like it was out in the open. They had a literal character there called him, like the devil. Powerpuff Girls had him, so a lot of groups said that Powerpuff Girls was the devil, was Satan too. But to be fair, they had a guy there who was like actually the devil. He was like he was like a freaking like a super flamboyant freaking crab guy called him. You know, so
cited his good looks and his love for jazz as being clear signs of the devil.
The frick is this?
James Dean is no man.
Was that wings flapping? What the frick was that? Like bat wings? Produced by the Anti-Dean Association. Hey, bro, tell me why this feels like modern day. Like, actually, though. What's with that face, though? Like, okay, so this obviously has to have some kind of significance to the overall mythos, right?
Elderly white conservatives in the South.
Hold up! Save segregation vote. States' rights unpledged electors.
White conservatives in the Southeast would be the only demographic unfazed by his campaign. Yet Dean continued to travel from state to state, repairing power lines for 4 days straight until the very morning of the election. On November 5th,
It's just so interesting to me that that's how, like, that's what he did. You know, he really made sure that those TVs stayed on.
1968, James Dean received 75% of the popular vote with 395 electoral votes. Nixon congratulated Dean in a phone call the following morning, but Dean refused to acknowledge the win and instead asked to race cars again at the track.
You see what I'm saying? So is in this universe, this James Dean entity, I don't think it's actually real James Dean. This might be like this might be a separate entity, or this might be like the Air Force One angel, or it might this might be some kind of entity that has taken over the shape of James Dean, and is like just like really good at like manipulating people or influencing them. But like so far, like I just want to know like what he does. Let's see what he does with the presidency though. Or maybe in just this alternate history, you know, maybe he just freaking won. Like, it might also just straight up be James Dean, and in this alternate history, they're just sort of like setting up they're sort of just setting up that this is in fact an alternate history. You get me? But this kind of shows us that Nixon and Dean are friends. Okay.
On January 20th, 1969, James Dean held
What is that face in the back? Good lord!
his inaugural address at the official Capitol Raceway. Although presidents in the past had speeches that were typically around 20 minutes, Dean spoke for less than a minute.
I have a speech,
He spoke for less than a minute.
and it has the flotsam that you people expect to hear. But that's not fair. No, that's not fair at all. I'm here for all of you. It's only fair that you speak for yourselves. My words shouldn't be louder than yours. So I've brought many other guests to speak. They're just people like you and I. In the same time that many other presidents have spoken by themselves, America will speak. Thank you.
Okay. This kind of changes my perspective, honestly. It's starting to feel a lot more like because of the past events, potentially because you know the people found out about the Liberty Lurker, because people found out about the Lincoln Lookers. Maybe they were just sick and tired of the government and voted for Dean. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Dean proceeded to introduce many groups to the microphone, including civil rights activists and Native American families. Martin Luther King Jr. would also come forward to speak in his first appearance since an attempt on his life 9 months prior. President Dean...
wait, so he survived? In this alternate history, Martin Luther King Jr. survives his assassination attempt.
Would conclude the inauguration with a brief bongo performance and went on to race Richard Nixon at the track.
Again? Is that just like his favorite thing to do? Or is this like... what is this?
An attempt on his life 9 months prior. President Dean would conclude the inauguration with a brief bongo performance and went on to race Richard Nixon at the track.
They make it so specific that it keeps going back to the track with Nixon after like all these important events.
In subsequent presidential inaugurations, those who disagreed with the elected president would instead celebrate Dean Democracy Day and protested by watching Dean's unique take on the address in place of the actual one.
Oh, okay. So people were a lot more self-thinking, let's say, a lot more pro the people and less like pro the government, so to speak. Okay, and that's cool. That's a lot of lore building.
In a televised address, President Dean planned to inform Americans of his first 90 days in office. However, 6 seconds into the broadcast, the audio cut out and remained absent for the remainder of the speech. Although anti-Dean groups claimed responsibility and took pride in the sabotage, many civilians claimed that it benefited the president. The silent broadcast highlighted President Dean's sincere facial expressions and lively disposition, as opposed to the stern.
Nah, what was that? Hold
Many
up.
civilians claimed that it benefited the president.
So they cut. So he was supposed to talk about his presidency, but the audio cut out. The anti-Dean guys took credit, but does that mean if it was them, it is what it is, right? But if it wasn't them, does that mean that there's like some kind of shadow government that's like making sure he doesn't talk about stuff?
The silent broadcast highlighted President Dean's sincere facial.
Hold on, let me frame by frame this. Give me a sec. Okay, I was gonna say, like, you better let me see if there's like a demon or something I'm supposed to see here. Alright, I don't see it. I don't see a demon. Let's keep going.
Sincere facial expressions and lively disposition, as opposed to the stern and stiff personalities of prior administrations. Viewers were proud to see a man in his prime at the most important position in the country. Ironically, President Dean's popularity grew after the technical difficulty, and film director Stanley Kubrick went on to call the broadcast the greatest silent film ever made.
See, even Stanley Kubrick is involved in this one? Okay. But again, like, no matter what this Dean guy does, everyone just loves the guy. Which is why I'm like feeling as if, like, there's something more to this, like, Dean character. Wait, what is that in the background? Oh, is that a picture of James Dean? Is that what that is? Narrated by Molly Chen. But, so then... I don't know. They make it seem almost as if, like, Dean is, like, some kind of, like... icon, like this, like, holier icon, so to speak. Okay, but this might be setting... This set a lot of the stage for, like, what's going on in this alternate history. I freaking love this episode. This one was a lot more, like, lore heavy. A lot less scary, but lore heavy. But at the same time, though, the fact that he had to use the TVs, you get me? Like, just gives me... Excerpt from the 2002 documentary Dean Democracy. A look back at America's 37th presidency. Nixon, James, we have to talk. Dean, about racing cars? Nixon, about national security. Dean, of car racing? Becomes president, immediately races a car, plays bongo after giving speech, refuses to elaborate. Yo, for real though. Cons, unstoppable cognito hazard with a self-generating cult of personality. Pro, absolute bro. Maybe that's what it is. He's like a cognito hazard kind of guy. Like, as long as he keeps showing his face on the TVs, people love it. Right? Like, cause at a certain point, even when his freaking face was just on the TV and there was no audio at all, people still loved it. So is that what he is? Is he a cognito hazard? Like a living cognito hazard? Maybe he's doing it all accidentally. Maybe he's like not even trying to do it. He just is a cognito hazard of a human being. Is that what they're trying to say? Ooh, that's a cool one. Maybe he's a cognito hazard and just looking at his face instantly makes you want to like this guy. And that's how he did it, you know? Phenomenal video. Monodachis, please go and drop a like, go drop a sub, go show some support to Manticore for another phenomenal video. We're gonna move on to the next one. This one was lore heavy and I loved it. The next one looks like it's gonna be insane. Let's move on. Washington wormhole. Well, real quick before, like, how far are we into this? You know what? We might actually be going all the way until midnight. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch one more. Real quick. And my back is starting to hurt, so I'm gonna go and take my medication and stuff. A lot of the times, that medication starts to, like, knock me out. So it'll kind of be a cool way to, like, sort of, like, go into the night. You get what I'm saying? Like, sort of end it all off. Hopefully we can get through every single one of them. But if I genuinely start to feel like I'm just knocking out, then we'll just sort of, like, call it. But But let's watch this one, and then I'll go take my medication. Hopefully, with the pain meds and all that, I can, like, last for a little bit longer. We will keep going. I mean, worst comes to worst, it's 11 o'clock, bro. This would actually be a perfect time to stop, but I'll tell you what, we're gonna watch this one and the Delaware Double. The Rockefeller Tragedy and onwards, we're gonna have to save. Probably for Thursday. We'll start off with more Monument Mythos, and then move on to Vita Carnis. I should have started earlier. My bad, Monos. I just freaking, like, it was, I have the flu right now, and it was, anyway, it don't matter. I'm not about to freaking get all sappy about this. Washington Wormhole, the Monument Mythos. So now we have a lot more of the stage set for us. I don't know what time this like takes place in, but we have a lot more of the stage set up for us. Dean is now president, just taking over the world, well, the U.S., I guess. But at the same time, all the events that happened with Air Force One, Ayoo, and all that still happened. The only thing I could potentially take out of that whole Dean democracy situation is that potentially Dean is some kind of a cognito hazard. That's just like super chubby with Nixon. And let's be honest, Nixon was always kind of known for being kind of a secretive kind of guy, you know what I'm saying? So, like, who knows? Maybe he's got a little something, I don't know. But the special tree, maybe he works for Dean, you know? The forest fell, okay, the special tree, the forest fell swiftly as the lumberjack swung.
Forest fell swiftly.
Oh, you're gonna talk? Alright, that's cool. No, I'll let you do it.
The forest fell swiftly as the lumberjack swung, except for the special tree, which could not be stung.
The special tree that could not be stung? Okay, tell me more about the special tree.
She missed her friends and the hymns they sung, so she started a tune that broke the man's lung.
That got dark real quick. Hold on. So, a lumberjack fell an entire forest, but then found a unique tree that was straight up just too strong to actually be taken down. The tree, in revenge, sang a song, and apparently it broke the guy's lungs. It like caved in his lungs or something? Timeline of events? Hold on, are we actually gonna get a Mythos timeline? 1840. Is that the tree? Hold on, is that the tree? Nah, son. If that's the tree, what? It looks like the freaking thing that was coming out of the Lincoln Looker. The Lincoln Monument, no? Hold up. Hold up! Oh, nah, son. Right? Look at that. Look at the tip of the thing. Go away! But was this a person that was, like, converted? Or is it just a special, unique tree that exists out there? And there's no relation. Regardless, this is the special tree that could not be chopped down, and it murdered a guy that tried to. Or it collapsed the guy's lungs. First photograph of the special tree. Okay, that confirms it, so it is the tree. But wait, the special tree don't got branches, it don't got nothing. It looks almost like an arm hair of the planet. Construction begins. Did they put the special tree inside of the Washington? Did they build the Washington Monument around the special tree? What, to conceal it? To hide it? Why? Like, why hide it? 1861 to 1865, a 4-year period. What happened? Construction halts due to the American Civil War. So it's pretty obvious that, like, no matter what, like, this alternative reality just has some form of, like, anomalous properties regardless. So I have to assume that most people, like, period, the general public is aware of some of these anomalies. Prisoners of war are seen being led into the unfinished tower. So were they sacrificing people to the tree as well? Hold on, so they sacrificed people to the Liberty Lurker, immigrants to the Liberty Lurker. Inside of the Statue of Liberty. I'm assuming due to all the crazy rituals, they were also sacrificing people to the Alcatraz Island. They were definitely sacrificing people to the inside the Lincoln Memorial, but as Lincoln lookers, specifically one person at a time. The Air Force One Angel is trying to take revenge for that, but now we know that they were also sacrificing people, specifically POWs, to the tree, to the special tree. So is the Air Force One Angel actually like a divine punishment from God? But then, like, Alcatraz Island is an entity. Was it already an entity, or did the angel, like, what, did the angel awaken it? Did the angel create it? Construction is completed. So basically, they would not have been able to conceal, even if they wanted to, they would not have been able to conceal the identity or the location or they would not be able to conceal the reality that this tree existed until 1888. But at this point, you know, does the public understand that that's what's in there? "1910. Visit the Washington Monument and listen closely. Hear the music within its walls. 10 cents per head." Okay, so it's actually, so the tree is still singing. It's actually still singing. The Washington Monument becomes a major tourist attraction. So it's still singing, but what is it like trying to murder everybody, basically? Did they build the Washington Monument in order to, like, stop it from being able to attack people? Or what's the point of the POWs then? Were they just sacrificing POWs to satiate it? 1910 to 1971. 20 individuals disappear while visiting the Washington monuments. Okay. Are people still being sacrificed, or is it specifically the tree sort of claiming victims? Ooh, unless the missing visitors are known as Washington absentees, unless these are all people that just found out a little bit too much kind of deal. "1971, Washington Standard Operation. A classified film titled Washington Standard Operation is leaked by news agencies." Okay, leaked specifically. So like they didn't really intend for to have that come out and whatnot. Monument entrance door. And right off the bat, they make it seem like it's a part of the wall, like a secret entrance. A hoisting cable. Hold on, so the sound waves that the tree puts out just sort of bounce around in there and like reverberate on each other? Hold on, then the person, what, dies and then falls down? Wait, so you put it, so you take a person in there, put them inside of this pulley system, hoist them up to the top, let the tree sing and murder them, and then drop them to their deaths? And then just start the next person. So what, were they trying to use the tree as a torture method? Right? Because they were taking prisoners of war. Was it like a torture method? Was it like a... You get what I'm saying? Like, why else would they take prisoners of war in there and, like, do that? That seems like it's, like, meant to be torture. The infection is nigh. The music of Washington will end. So this, again, seems like this might have to do with the Angel again. Potentially wanting vengeance for all the people that were being tortured there. I just don't get, like, were they like, are they sacrificing people to the tree? Was it like, do they need to keep sacrificing people to the tree, or is it just that they kept it around because it was so unique? Like, what's the... Wait, this isn't what? This is what year? 2003, after the vandalism. What is that? Hold on, so we have the Washington Monument, and it looks like something's opening. What was that? Was that a branch sticking out? It opened! Wait, is that the top of the monument head? Yeah, what the frick? That's the top of the monument. What is that? Is that the Liberty Lurker? Is that the tree? What the frick? All 19 Washington absentees are found unconscious at the base of the monument? Years later. The Washington Wormhole. You lost me on this one. Hold up. First of all, what the frick was that? So something, it looks like a branch or something, was sticking out from the side of the building. Then it retreats back in. And some freaking thing. I'm assuming the tree is the tree, like. So maybe the tree is a Liberty, like a Lincoln looker or something. I don't know. It like removes the top of the freaking monument head off. And apparently a wormhole activates? So maybe all the people that went missing were sucked into the wormhole, but... What am I even meant to look at here? So did did the tree, like, teleport them into the future? This one's, wow, this one's got, you lost me on this one. I don't even know what to even think about this one. You lost me on this one. That was insane. What was that, a worm? I mean, I don't even know why I'm asking it. Obviously, it's the tree, but the special tree, read by. What is the special tree exactly? What is it? Why? It seems like the U.S. military was potentially using it as a torture method, but it looks like it has way more powers than they anticipated, because it can even make wormholes, or maybe they did know about it, and this was just an accident. You know what I mean? Absolutely wild. Footage from the 2003 events may trigger seizures in people with photosensitive epilepsy. Includes a newly restored clip from Washington standard operation. Film damage is no longer visible. The 20th Washington absentee has been identified. 20 individuals disappear. 19 absentees reappear. I didn't even notice that. So does that mean that there's still one person missing? And the 20th absentee has been identified. The tree of liberty must be watered by the blood of patriots, taken literally. Is that what it is? You think that's what it is? Imagine you're someone who just happened to visit the Washington Monument in 1910, get zapped by the magic tree tentacle, and end up 93 years into the future. For real, though! But is that what it is? Just like a tree? It's like a magic tree that can, like, remove the top of the freaking monuments? Like, at that point, y'all should have built a bigger monument to house it. Like, what the frick? That was awesome. Insane. Absolutely insane. I love it. I'm gonna drop a link on the Discord, and if you're watching on the VOD, it is down in the description below. Please go drop it a like, go drop it a sub, all that good stuff, Monodachis. Is this the... hold up. Oh, no, we're good, okay. Okay, Delaware double. Alright, I'm gonna tell y'all what, Monodachis. This is gonna have to be the last one. The next one's a 20-minute Rockefeller tree tragedy. So we're gonna hold off on that one until the next stream. Potentially on Thursday. This is freaking awesome. I love this freaking series so much now. The Delaware double. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Delaware is, like, at some point, potentially, from what we've seen in the last episodes, potentially, and we don't know yet, may or may not have been attacked by the Liberty Lurker inside the Statue of Liberty. That supposedly has been being fed, not just immigrants in the past, but potentially was still being fed. Delaware River Journal.
An accidental discovery.
I was gonna say, I wonder if they're gonna, like, mention that attack.
discovery made by two fishermen has sent shockwaves across the nation. Around 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Ralph Grassman and Michael Tillman were reeling in their last batch of catfish when something on the ice caught their eye. He looked like a bicorn, one of those hats from way back when, said Grassman, the other of the two who had also organized the trip. Grassman walked...
Bro, could you imagine, though? You find, like, a historical trek, like an actual Delaware River, like, tricorn? Dude, that would be amazing! I mean, chances are it's probably a prop or something somebody threw in there, but that would be so cool.
Down the ice to retrieve the hat. When he pulled back the hat from the ice, tumbled back in shock at the sight of a human scalp, partially exposed in the ice. Tillman walked over and after a brief discussion with...
Hold on, he found a freaking body in there?
Grassman agreed to remove the rest of the body from the ice. The effort took several hours, but by 10 p.m. the fishermen were able to pull the entire body from the ice with no further damage. Although both men had presumed that the individual was already dead for some time, Tim exclaimed in shock when he reportedly saw the individual's eyelid twitch.
So they're alive?
Grassman suggested...
Whoa, what the fuck? What was that? Hell no, what was that? What was that? No. Frame by frame. Oh, hell no.
Grassman suggested to immediately take the body home and attempt to revive the frozen man. They proceeded to carry it back to Grassman's apartment. They laid the body in a full bathtub, gradually raising the water's temperature throughout the night to prevent shock. Grassman claims to have learned this technique from a pulp magazine he had read as a child. At 2 a.m. the following morning, Tillman claimed that an individual briefly...
What is that? Let me see that.
Shock. Grassman claims to have learned this technique from a pulp magazine he had read as a child. At 2 a.m.
Okay, I wanted to see if there was like a title or some kind of like text or something. I didn't see nothing that like gives us hints.
The following morning, Tillman claimed that an individual briefly regained consciousness and shouted, "Victory or death," while Grassman arrested in the living room. By 7 a.m., the frozen individual appeared to have relapsed into a deep coma, which prompted Grassman to phone the local authorities. And that's why he hadn't called medical personnel earlier. Grassman told reporters that he didn't want to risk the lives of the first responders, who had been driving on slippery roads.
He shouted liberty or death. Is this somebody who was affected by the special tree wormhole? And was like sent into the future?
In the dark. Shortly after being phoned, paramedics arrived.
Wait, what do you say?
Medical personnel earlier. Grassman told reporters that he didn't want to risk the lives of the first responders, who had been driving on slippery roads in the dark. Shortly after being phoned, paramedics arrived and rushed the frozen man to the Delaware State Hospital. Throughout the experience, both fishermen thought that the individual's face seemed vaguely familiar. It was only when Tillman pulled out a dollar bill that the connection was fully made. When we first dug him out, we moved his clothes so that we could carry him more easily. Clothes weighed a ton because they were completely frozen over. By both, we saw the clothes without ice, and we could have no doubt that we dug out George Washington. Although...
Hold up! But then, remember the story from the special tree. It said that the lumberjack, aka George Washington, who was in fact a lumberjack, right? At some point, was that his whole freaking deal? He chopped down a whole forest, basically created a nation. Chopped down the whole forest. He took over the U.S., right? And the one special tree he couldn't take down, and instead it sang a song that stopped his lungs, that crushed his lungs. But at the same time, we know that this tree can also create wormholes and send people to the future. Did George Washington try to take down the freaking tree? And then the tree sent him into the future? And is that why we have like the divergence in like the history?
The Delaware State Hospital has declined to comment on the identity and the condition of the man. Grassman brought the bicorn hat from the previous day to the Delaware History Museum, where historians confirmed to be an authentic piece from the 18th century. The validation raised more questions than answers, as further research revealed that no Washington reenactors or artifacts have been reported missing. Grassman believes that the man he dug out from the ice is the true George Washington.
Okay, but that being said, though, that means that at least in their history, the official George Washington at some point has to return back because they have all of his, like, relics and stuff.
And the former president had become gravely ill while crossing the Delaware River. Grassman claims that the imminent death of Washington could have been devastating to the war effort, so his condition was likely kept secret by having a double acting as the president until 1790.
Washington was presumed dead, and his death was kept a secret. They had a double serve for the rest of his presidency. So, basically, if that's true, in this history, the frickin' special tree sent him into the future instead.
7.
Or there was some kind of a wormhole, potentially separate, right? But I would have to assume it's just another. Well, there's just another wormhole in the Delaware because this is in the Delaware River. So actually, yeah, no. I mean, this would be what, another wormhole?
And asked for an explanation to why the body had been found so far from the site of the battle, Grassman replied, either drifted away or his men purposely planted it far away so that no one could find it. During Saturday, had been found so far from the site of the battle, Grassman replied, either drifted away or his men purposely planted it far away so that no one could find it. During Saturday's morning press conference, President Dean shared his thoughts on the discovery in 2 words. I'm surprised.
That's all Dean said? Cool. Wait, that's all they needed to say? Okay, hell no. Dean is absolutely a cognito hazard. And I feel like he's just being used to manipulate the people then. Right? I mean, what the frick? Or maybe he just really is just James Dean, frickin' just being James Dean. Right? Just freaking chilling, like, damn. I'm surprised, bro. Like, that's it, like, wow, like, damn. But hold on, though.
An accidental
Or are you trying to tell me that the Delaware River has been frozen this whole time? And that Washington was, like, stuck out in the ice? What happened? Did the Liberty Lurker do this? Why is everything frozen over?
Discovery made by 2 fishermen has sent shockwaves across the nation. Around 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve, Ralph Grassman and Michael Tillman were reeling in the last batch of catfish when something on the ice caught their eye. He looked like a bicorn, one of those hats from way back when, said Grassman, the other of the 2 who had also organized the trip. Grassman walked down the ice to retrieve the hat. When he pulled back the hat from the ice, someone back in shock at the sight of a...
I mean, I'm kind of stupid. I don't know a whole lot about the Delaware River. I'm assuming it's not freaking frozen over the whole year, is it?
Human scalp, partially exposed in the ice. Tillman walked over and after a brief discussion with Grassman, agreed to remove the rest of the body from the ice. The effort took several hours, but by 10 p.m. the fishermen were able to pull the entire body from the ice with no further damage. Although both men had presumed that the individual was already dead for some time, Tillman exclaimed in shock when he reportedly saw the individual's eyelid.
So they basically sort of like caveman George Washington out of the ice, or he was teleported through a wormhole.
Twitch. Grassman suggested to immediately take the body home and attempt to revive the frozen man. They proceeded to carry it back to Grassman's apartment. They laid the body in a full bathtub, gradually raising the water's temperature throughout the night to prevent shock. Grassman claims to have learned this technique from a pulp magazine he had read as a child. At 2 a.m. the following morning, Tillman claimed that an individual briefly regained consciousness and shouted, "Victory or death," while Grassman rested in the living room. By 7 a.m., the frozen individual appeared to have relapsed into a deep coma, which prompted Grassman to phone the local authorities. And that's why he hadn't called medical personnel earlier. Grassman told reporters that he didn't want to risk the lives of the first responders, who had been driving on slippery roads in the dark. Shortly after being phoned, paramedics arrived and rushed the frozen man to the Delaware State Hospital. Throughout the experience, both fishermen thought the individual's face seemed vaguely familiar. It was only when Tillman pulled out a dollar bill that the connection was fully made. When we first dug him out, we moved his clothes so that we could carry him more easily. The clothes weighed a ton because they were completely frozen over. By both, we saw the clothes without ice, and we could have no doubt that we dug out George Washington.
It's I feel like it would have to be a wormhole, right? Because at this point, if the Delaware River's been frozen over for that long, like I feel like he wouldn't have freaking, like, you know what I mean? Like at some point somebody would have found him earlier, or like he just wouldn't have survived. Maybe he froze over, then got wormholed, and then was found. But
Although Delaware State Hospital
I don't think he would have survived if he would have actually
stayed
stayed there that whole time.
Man, Grassman brought the bicone hat from the previous day to the Delaware History Museum, where historians confirmed to be an authentic piece from the 18th century. The validation raised more questions than answers, as further research revealed that no Washington reenactors or artifacts have been reported missing. Grassman believes that the man he dug out from the ice is the true George Washington, and that the former president had become gravely ill while crossing the Delaware River. Grassman claims that the imminent death of Washington could have been devastating to the war effort, so his condition was likely kept secret by having a double acting as the president until 1797. When asked for an explanation to why the body had been found so far from the site of the battle, Grassman replied, "He either drifted away or his men purposely planted it far away so that no one could find it." During Saturday's morning press conference, President Dean shared his thoughts on the discovery in 2 words: "I'm surprised."
What a guy! The Delaware Double aired on WBOC TV on December 27, 1976. The Delaware River Journal ceased operation on December 28, 1976. I immediately forgot, wait. Wait, so you're telling me that they pretty much... Yeah, immediately they just freaking... So as soon as they publish this piece, assumedly, the shadow government just shut them down. Literally the next day. So basically, this kind of also like helps explain that it is meant to be a sort of like, it is alternate history. People that were there would have definitely seen the events happening, but the shadow government effectively is trying to cover it all up, hide everything, and effectively, you know, keep everything under wraps, let's say. James Dean, honestly, almost seems like... Honestly, he seems like a cognito hazard. He seems like he's meant to, like, just something about him relaxes people, like, it makes people like... Everybody thinks he's just like them. So it's like almost as if, like, James Dean is meant to be, like, the cognito hazard that people look at, and then they sort of forget all the... Yeah, let's forget about what the government's doing sort of deal, you know? Like, oh, he's so cool. His response is literally just, "I'm surprised." Done. That's it? Like, they don't question anymore? They don't go into further detail? Come on, now. Partially restored. That's how it says. Now, this one's crazy. But it does absolutely help fill in some of those other details. So it's basically like... Definitely a lot more anomalous, this history. But it's like the shadow government's still trying to hide all of it, basically, as best as they can. But James Dean, for sure, seems like he's basically just a cognito hazard. He may have been used to manipulate the people. That's why the TVs were so important, to make sure that they stayed on for his advertisements and propaganda to keep pushing. It's insane. I love it. It's crazy. Please go and drop Manticore a like, a sub, all that good stuff. He deserves it. So much amazing, amazing content. I freaking love every single one of these, dude. And we're gonna continue more next stream. We're gonna go ahead and call it this stream. But please, if you are watching live with me now, go and check out the video. Links are going to be in the Discord. If you are watching on the VOD afterwards, please check out the description below. Links to everything will be down there. You can go drop them a like or drop them a sub, and if not, there's an Oshi marks there that you can go drop in the comment section if you don't know what to say. That way, it sort of shows the algorithm that this is a video that you want to see and like check out. You know what I'm saying? First Lincoln Looker is now a frozen Washington. Lord knows what they have in store for the other presidents. Dude, do you think that's what it's meant to be? Do you think the Lincoln guy, like the thing inside of the Lincoln brain? You okay, boobies? My dog will freaking barking like crazy. Scared the crud out of me. You okay, boobies? Scared the crud out of me, dude. You alright? Did you hear something? Bro, you can't do that to me, Deco. You freaking gave me a heart attack, bro. What's what? Did you have a nightmare? You okay, boobies? You alright? Bro, that was like a howl. That was a bark. That was like a warning, like a freaking. You alright, baby? I think you had a nightmare. That's it. I gotta go to bed. It's 11:36 at night. Monodachi's. I'm out. I'm done. That was all I needed to know today. I'm freaking out. I am done. I don't need any more. I'm sorry. The shadow government is here. My doggo just told me. I'm pretty sure the Lincoln Lookers are about to freaking like pop into my room and freaking get me. Listen, I don't want to become the next Lincoln Looker. I don't want to put on the Lincoln face mask. So I'm done. Good night. Bye, everyone. Later. If you guys are watching this on the VOD, go drop a like, go drop a sub, all that good stuff. To Manticore, phenomenal content. Laters, everyone. And as far as everyone in the live stream, thank you all so much for joining us in today's live stream. Have yourself a wonderful rest of your day, night, morning, evening, whatever happens to be, wherever you happen to be. Goodbye, and thank you so much for swinging by. I'm out. That was it. That was creepy as hell. That was actually scary. My heart is racing so hard right now. You have no idea.